Right or wrong.
For right or wrong. I'm the only one, and he's not wrong, by the way.
BJ Mack, because his stats were, did I hear, what was it, 4 for 11 or something? You guys give,
more
but
than
his
likely.
stats are not good.
More than likely.
No, but yeah, and he was limited, and they had the right game plan. He got in foul trouble. He only played 20 minutes yesterday. He had 13 points in 20 minutes. BJ Mack's minutes were limited as to what he did.
Which, by the way, Bosman Verdonk was like, what? Who?
Yeah.
Coach, you sure?
You know I haven't been in since Valentine's, right? Like, what? He's like looking around. Is there another Bosman Verdonk around here? Me?
I don't know. I wonder what Lamont's nickname is for him. He's like, Bosman, get out. He's like, huh? Oh, okay, coach. All right. I get it. Okay.
Thank goodness he didn't play that game where he doesn't put on his actual jersey and just leaves, just has the shooting shirt on. Did you ever have a teammate do that where they were like, I'm not going to play?
I'm not playing today. I mean, why would I put my pads in? I'm not playing. I am not playing.
Right.
And what are Vegas odds on Bosman getting some minutes yesterday?
Well, and
Very
even
low.
the announcer, you can tell that when the announcer starts scrambling, like they just lead off, they're on their little heads. Hey, we're going to need some stats on this fella. Quick. Well, he hadn't played. Somebody whispers back in there, hey, he hadn't been in since Valentine's Day.
Yeah, so there was foul trouble, and which was warranted because in Folly, I believe is the proper way to pronounce it, or we'll just call him Mr. Dante.
Yeah.
He was the best athlete on the court, and he was a tremendous wow.
Yeah.
He had a closeout one time against Zach. It was like, ooh.
Yeah, we'll talk. We'll stay on this. We'll talk a bit more. No Chris Deering this morning. He is tied up a little bit. So we've got plenty of time. If you want to weigh in, 803-404-6100. You're listening to the early game.
The Game Network. The home of the Gamecocks. 107.5 The Game in Columbia. 100.5 The Game in Florence. 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach. Also on the 107.5 The Game app and streaming live on The Game TV. Download the 107.5 The Game app and listen anywhere. The beach. The gym. And yes, even there. Go to iTunes or Google Play and snag the 107.5 The Game app.
This is Boomer Esiason with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by LL Flooring. LL Flooring, every step covered. Loyal listeners will recall that I picked UConn to repeat as national champions. A year ago, they whomped on San Diego State in the title contest. Once again, the Aztecs are seeded 5th, but this time in my upset of the day, I don't see them escaping well-balanced UAB. I'm Boomer Esiason.
If you're a pro and flooring is your game, we'll help you win it. Because at LL Flooring, all we do is floors. You want decor?
Strike.
You want plumbing?
You're out.
LL Flooring has been helping pros knock it out of the park for over 30 years. Visit one of our 400 nationwide warehouses for one-on-one service, extensive inventory, and exclusive pro pricing. Get the pro treatment you deserve. Enroll today, online or in-store. LL Flooring, every step covered. African Americans are the most likely to die from colorectal cancer. The most important thing you can do is get screened starting at age 45. Insurance companies are required to cover not only colonoscopy, but also virtual colonoscopy and other less invasive exams. Talk to your doctor about your options. For more information on virtual colonoscopy, visit radiologyinfo.org/virtual CT.
Furnished by the American College of Radiology and the Radiology Health Equity Coalition.
There's something remarkable about the University of South Carolina. It's in the labs, where researchers are discovering ways to make communities healthier and stronger. It's in the nation's best first-year student experience, in top-ranked programs in nursing and health sciences. It's where more South Carolina students have access to higher education than ever before. Because when you stand for something bigger than yourself, you can create something that benefits us all. Behold, the remarkable we.
Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause thousands of dollars in damage to your home's foundation. Canty Foundation can replace your gutters and save you money.
Canty installs gutter shutter.
Call us today for your free inspection.
Canty can fix it.
Having a reliable gutter system is essential to protecting your home's interior and exterior. Heavy rain can unleash gallons of water onto your home, and poorly maintained or leaky gutters could lead to roofing, siding, and water damage that is expensive to repair or replace. Online at candygutters.com.
Every lottery ticket purchase keeps education in our state moving forward. In fact, the lottery has raised more than $200 million for state school buses to get our students to school safely every day. Then, the lottery helps those students go even further in their education by funding the Life, Hope, and Palmetto Fellow Scholarships. So remember, when you play the lottery, you're keeping South Carolina students on the road to success. Learn more at sceducationlottery.com/betteryou.
There's something remarkable about the University of South Carolina. It's in the labs, where researchers are discovering ways to make communities healthier and stronger. It's in the nation's best first-year student experience, in top-ranked programs in nursing and health sciences. It's where more South Carolina students have access to higher education than ever before. Because when you stand for something bigger than yourself, you can create something that benefits us all. Behold, the remarkable we.
The early game with Bill Gunter, Preston Thorne, and Jen Jensen. Your home of the Gamecocks in Columbia. 107.5 The Game. Also heard on 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach and 100.5 The Game in Florence.
Cranky, and I stayed up until almost 1 a.m. and you're right, it was a fantastic day.
It was a great day, Bill.
It was a fantastic day, and I'm not even hurt that South Carolina lost. It was fun to see them in it. It wasn't the game that I wanted, but it was fun to see them in it. And so yesterday, all in all, now I will say, Preston Thorne, let me ask you this. Austin asked me this last night. When is your bracket busted?
Ooh, good question.
Like, what is the definition of your bracket being busted? I told him when you lose a Final Four team, or you lose the team you picked to win the championship, your if you lose a Final Four team early on, is it two Final Four? What is the definition of busted bracket?
I think that's a great question, Austin, young whippersnapper. And I believe the answer is when you lose one of your Final Four teams.
Okay.
Because if you're playing. Not advocating this, young Austin, but if you're playing for points in the pool, that's a big thing that you could lose. 'Cause I remember one year my bracket was kind of trash, but I had the eventual champion, and I ended up kind of backdooring the pool. And so when you lose some early teams, that's probably when your bracket's busted. Maybe 2 out of 4.
He had Kentucky winning the championship.
That's gonna hurt.
And so I said, I think your bracket is busted.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
Kentucky has won one NCAA tournament game in the last 5 years. John Calipari has not won championships, but he considers himself uber successful.
Mm-hmm.
Considers his program uber successful. This is John Calipari on Wednesday, giving himself, as he will say, a humble brag about his program. And this is why Kentucky is such a great program and he's doing such a great job.
Can I do some humble brag up here?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's your show.
So 70% of the players who accept a scholarship with us get drafted. 70%. Of that, 73% get to second contracts. The guys in the league right now have made over $4 billion, not million, billion dollars. And when you talk Bam, Maxey, Devin, De'Aaron, Shea's going to make 400. I mean, it'll be $6 billion in the next 2 years. You come to Kentucky to prepare yourself for the rest of your life. You don't come for NIL, even though you saw our managers got NIL deals. So yeah, it's all neat, but that ain't why you come. And you learn to be a great teammate. You know why? You got to share. You're not going to be told you're going to start, how many minutes, how many shots. That's why there are kids that will never come here, because sometimes they think there's an easier path. There is no easy path.
You come to Kentucky to make billions of dollars, millions of dollars, and then we added up in the NBA. You come to be a great teammate, and fans would like for players to come to Kentucky to win a championship, Preston Thorne. And John Calipari has a national championship when he showed up at Kentucky in 2009, everybody thought championships upon championships upon championships, and John Calipari has a championship. If I'm a Kentucky fan this morning, I'm like, I don't care what they're making in the NBA. I don't care that you get 70% of them drafted. I really don't care that 73% get to their second contract. I want to see the Final Four, and they haven't been to a Final Four since 2015.
Yeah. Cal, that's very a noble pursuit, and you really should be proud of that for you creating that environment. However, that's not what your job here is at the University of Kentucky. Your job is to win ball games for UK, and not just ball games, specifically more than one tournament game, maybe even get to a Final Four, win a championship. So I understand what he's saying, but that's not your job. That's not in your job description. Your job is coach of the Kentucky Wildcats, and those people pay for the Kentucky Wildcats to win. Also, that point is not as strong as he thinks it is, because if these guys are only here for a year, then we can't even take pride in them when they say they went to Kentucky, because they didn't even stay in Kentucky for less than 6 or 7 months. So that's a noble pursuit, but that's not why we're here. We're here for the team to win.
So that's great. All these guys, they're making money. This is Jen, do we have this? This is John Calipari last night, the interview with CBS after the game. Oddly enough, the man who's helped produce all that money, he didn't seem to help. He didn't seem to be too much at fault last night. Oh, do you have it? Is it a technical error, or
we had some guys that didn't play the way they'd been playing all year? You know, we did everything we could.
All right, hold up, Jim. We got a double audio on that. We'll come back to that. I want you to hear this because, oddly enough, all right, we got to hit the top of the hour. We'll come back to that and let you hear.
Cal's still talking.
John, yeah, explain it up. South Carolina, we're happy with where we are today.
That's how it should be with Cal's talking. Just play the music over it.
Yeah, that's what Kentucky fans do. We're happy with. I'll also give you an analogy I told Austin last night when Oakland won, and see if you laugh as well. Hour 2 on the way.
We could.
Broadcasting live from the Herndon Chevrolet Studios. This is 107.5 The Game. A great selection of new Chevys is available now at Herndon Chevrolet. The lot is packed with inventory, and more is on the way. So shop your hometown Chevy dealer today. Stop by or shop online today and see why Herndon Chevrolet makes you smile.
The Mega Millions jackpot for Friday is $977 million. Be sure to stop by your local South Carolina Education Lottery retailer and get your ticket today. See SCEducationLottery.com for jackpot odds in a store near you.
Pete Alewine Pool and Spa is getting you ready for pool season with their March Mayhem sale. Saturday, March 16th through Saturday, March 23rd. 20% off all pool and spa chemicals to get your pool swim ready. 20% off salt, 20% off chlorine, 20% off algicide, 20% off shock, and more. March Mayhem at Pete Alewine Pool and Spa, March 16th through March 23rd. They're located at 5541 Sunset Boulevard. You'll find them on Facebook and Instagram or online at PeteAlewinePools.com. The 89th running of the Carolina Cup Races presented by MUSC Health. March 30th in Camden, South Carolina. It's where spring begins. Make your plans now to attend this great Southern tradition for the best tailgating, entertainment, fashion, and fun for kids and adults of all ages. Gates open at 9 a.m., rain or shine. Come see fantastic thoroughbreds, jump the fences, and race to victory. Get your tickets now and plan to party with family and friends all day. Visit CarolinaCup.org for tickets and details. Don't miss it. Saturday, March 30th.
JT's Kia congratulating Denise Albert of Gaston and Justin Gavin from Columbia, who each won a new Kia. 2 more Kias will be given away Saturday, March 30th. We'd love to call your name, so register now at JT's Kia. Killian or Greystone, no purchase necessary. JT's Kia Mania is back.
No one likes to talk about the injuries, pain, disability, and lost loved ones that result from terrible car and tractor-trailer accidents. I'm Jason Reynolds. At the Samuels Reynolds Law Firm, we're honored to be the lawyers our clients rely on during their toughest moments.
And I'm Stephen Samuels. When a work injury disrupts your life, I work hard to get you the medical treatment and workers' compensation you depend on.
Samuels Reynolds. True injuries, true lawyers. 803-779-4000.
What was that?
What was what?
That. There it is again. Okay, you've got to be hearing that.
I'll go up and see what it is.
Well?
It was nothing. Must have been a dream. Now, good night.
Sounding like a party in your attic? Call the experts at Critter Ritter today at 803-808-1808. That's 803-808-1808. Or find us online at critterritter.net.
What you're talking about. Brought to you by Love Chevy, the best selection of new Chevys. Right now, no hassle, no ridiculous add-on stickers. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
For Phi, winning the fight against vision loss means seeing new ways to push himself. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is committed to funding research to end blinding retinal diseases. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more at fightingblindness.org.
WIS-TV First Alert Traffic
is sponsored by Wetzel's Automotive in West Columbia. Wetzel'sAuto.com.
And your traffic out there. Let's see what's going on. We need to avoid Reimer Pond Road at Wilson Road, or at least expect slowdowns there due to an accident. Sparkleberry Lane at Clemson Road, an accident. Two Notch Road at South Lake Drive. And Whaley at Wayne Street, we have a report of an accident. So be careful out there, please, this morning. Looking for some rain to be coming in. It looks like it could possibly start sometime after lunch. And overall, the high today should be about 66. And then rain kind of continuing into tomorrow a little bit, but not looking for a washout. It looks like it could be just some isolated showers. But right now, we are at 57 on the early game.
Men's head golf coach Bill McDonald. You're listening to WNKT FM 107.5, the home of the Gamecocks.
A Cumulus media station. The early game. Bill Gunter.
Still working on that word that I was going for. Trying to remember what exact word I was going for.
Former Gamecock Preston Thorne.
People don't like people that are non-people people.
Jen Jensen.
Still working on that word that I was going for. Trying to remember what exact word I was going for.
Your home of the Gamecocks in Columbia. 107.5 The Game.
The theme of this show. I don't know what happened.
Also heard on 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach and 100.5 The Game in Florence.
$7 a.m. as we get you up and get you going. Get yourself ready. Just because South Carolina lost yesterday does not mean the NCAA tournament comes to a conclusion. I will say, I hope that there's not another 7-year gap between NCAA tournament appearances for South Carolina. I hope we are now at a spot where this becomes much more of the norm, and we'll get into that a little bit later about the foundation and what we see less than 24 hours removed from the 87-73 loss for South Carolina yesterday. But a successful, and I don't know if just saying, a successful season is doing it justice, but yesterday, not the way they wanted to finish.
Yeah, they didn't finish the season the way they wanted to, obviously, but I think all of their weaknesses were exposed yesterday during that game. Things that if you've been watching this team all season, you were fearful that some of those things may come home, some of those chickens may come home to roost, to use a term. And it just sort of happened yesterday.
Yeah, it got the best of it. Looking ahead, 803-404-6100 for a second. We got a lot we'll do this hour. No Chris Deering, so we got plenty of time to hash out a lot of things, including next segment, some Clayton White from earlier this week
I'm excited to hear
for Preston Thorne to decipher and tell us what is being said. But let's do this for a second. 803-404-6100. Looking ahead on what we know. There are 3 departures that we are aware of, that we know: Talon Cooper, B.J. Mack, and Stephen Clark. And I think if we start looking at those, Preston Thorne, that with a solid year, a solid offseason, both weight room and overall player development, Colin Murray-Boyles can step in and be a B.J. Mack. I think he's just got to develop that outside game. Slightly different body type, but I think Colin Murray-Boyles can truly fill the B.J. Mack role.
Well, yeah, and obviously the stats, the eye test, CMB did not play his best game yesterday, and I wonder if that's going to help him, fuel him through this offseason getting himself prepared for the next year.
And part of, I say, development is whether it is being allowed to shoot the three or getting better at the three. You know, there are people that I've talked to that are, yeah, he's not a bad three-point shooter. He's got to develop that. He's got to continue to develop that part of the game if he wants to be more closer to a B.J. Mack.
Well, here's the same Cal conversation, right? He needs to develop that part of his game for his personal goals of playing in the NBA, and 2, for the team goals of being a better team. So that's what you want. You want both these things to be working in tandem, and so that hopefully you can achieve your personal goals while helping us achieve our team goals. And Colin Murray being able to shoot the three helps everybody.
That moves us to what I don't know, and I don't know how they replace it, and that will be Talon Cooper. The physical stature of Cooper, the experience of Talon Cooper playing college basketball games, the leadership qualities. I don't think maybe as we remove ourselves from the season and we now can breathe a little bit and we think about what it was, we will figure out a nice place to put Talon Cooper in the point guard list that includes Trey Kelly and Devin Downey and Melvin Watson. And, you know, again, you can go through these guys, Kerry Rich, and you can go through all those point guards over the last 35 years, 40 years. Talon Cooper's up there. He's up there. He played a different style of basketball. He played old man basketball. He played the old man, pound it, turn around, kind of the bully dribble, just put that rear end into you and use his physical size to keep you away from the ball. He wasn't the speedy get into the lane and have a flashy no-look pass. You're going to have to go to the transfer portal to get that. And there's going to be a lot of options. And what Lamont Paris is going to have to do is point to Talon Cooper and say, look at what we had that guy do. You can be the next guy. That, to me, is the scary thing that will make this team either an NCAA tournament team in 24-25 or not live up to what we just saw.
That's a really interesting proposition. Because if he's as good as we're saying he is, that might be nearly impossible to replace. However, I guess we're going to have faith in Lamont that he has a scouting eye, knows what he wants, and will be able to find that type of floor general to lead his sort of offense, because I'm sure Lamont felt a lot of comfort in knowing that Talon had the ball. Like, when he was dribbling the ball, it felt safe. It felt like he got this. We know what's going to happen. There's not going to be anything erratic or dumb that's going to happen, and that's very much a part of this system.
You look at the pure numbers, because Talon Cooper never had to be that guy. He never had to be the guy, but he was a phenomenal second and third option for either a Michi Johnson or a Colin Murray Boyles. Listen to the numbers for Talon Cooper throughout the year. He averaged 9.9 points, 9.9, right at 10. But this is where he gets his three-point shooting percentage, 45.9%. Again, it's not like he was launching a lot of threes all season, but when he let him go,
he took the right one.
He took the right ones. The beautiful set shot that was,
and his ball always rattles in.
Yeah,
it's not swish. It's just kind of just softly just rattles into the rim.
He was 45.9%. He was a career high 48% from the floor. Again, he wasn't a high-volume shooter. He's not been out there just jacking up shots. He allows Michi Johnson to do that. He allowed B.J. Mack to do that. He allowed Colin Murray Boyles to do that. I mean, he only averaged 7.5. He averaged just under, it was 7.4, but he only averaged 7 shots this season a game. And as you just pointed out, and as I said, he took the ones that were right. He didn't force bad shots. He didn't go running in the lane and flip something up over his head, and it was a really bad shot. He took good shots, and he was 48% from the field.
Yes. So a decision maker, who can be the extension of the coach out there on the court? You have to think either that comes from that Lamont has to groom somebody into that mold if there's somebody in the pipeline, or you have to get somebody who's already in that process.
And then the two numbers that stand out. Now, this is actually surprising. This, over the last 3 years, was a low for him in assists. Last year at Minnesota, he averaged 6.3 assists per game. This year, he ended up at only 4.2 assists per game. But the number that stands out, 1.2 turnovers per game. So almost 4-to-1 assist-to-turnover ratio. And that's what I'm talking about right there. This past season, total, 41 turnovers to 144 assists.
So to move it to the area that I'm familiar with in football, Talon was a game manager.
Yes.
Not a game changer, to go back to the Cam Newton conversation. He was a game manager, and we undervalue the idea of somebody who just does not do stupid things with the ball. It's more important to just not be stupid than it is to be good sometimes.
You played with him, RIP to Phil Petty. It is fair, more than fair, to say Phil Petty and the way he was just as a game. If you needed Phil to make the throw to Brian Scott, he can make it. You know, if he had to make.
Do we need 3 yards? I can get you 3.5.
Yes,
maybe.
And Talon, because Talon's would never be described as a flashy point guard, but he was steady Eddie every game. He was the rock for the team, kind of the silent assassin. Phil was that. I think for you guys, Phil was that guy of like there wasn't going to be a whole lot of words spoken. But when the words were spoken, the words were impactful, and they got your attention.
Yeah, I think that's a very apt comparison. And we just do a disservice to the guys who take care of the ball and just steady the ship. Somebody that we all can look to and say, this guy got us. That's very, very important on the team.
And that brings it to me, that is the most important thing that Lamont Paris has to replace. You have got, I will say to you, if Talon Cooper had played for Frank Martin after the Final Four run, if Frank had had a point guard similar to Talon Cooper, Frank Martin is considered maybe one of the best coaches here because he makes multiple NCAA tournaments. That was the hugest downfall. South Carolina had some really, you saw it yesterday. I still don't think Jermaine Cousinard, even though he handled it a good bit, is a true point guard. And you saw that the dude's out there trying to score. He's taking 22 shots. He's not Iverson. He's not Trae Young. He's not those guys. If a Talon Cooper, just a steady Eddie, had been there with A.J. Lawson's and with Cousinard's and with Keyshawn Bryant's and with Devin Carter's and so forth and so on, all those guys that came through, we're talking about and Chris Silva the year after and so forth. Totally different program. You have to have a point guard to excel, and that's going to be, to me, Lamont Paris's biggest challenge now in the transfer portal. I don't think you can get one high school recruiting now. It's going to be in the transfer portal.
That makes sense because that style of game only comes with experience. Even if they have the talent to be that, you're still going to have to play some games. Very similar to what we're talking about in football with Lenora Sellers. We know the talent's there, but all the other aspects of being a quarterback, that only can really come with experience.
The other thing that they will have to find, and this is very true, a lot of you are saying it, they will have to become more athletic. Specifically in the post.
Yeah, and that's a trend that I've made fun of. We've laughed at all year. We knew it was coming at some point. The reckoning, I gave the statistic, I don't have it on me now, but South Carolina led the nation in blocked shots. Not shots that we blocked, but shots that we had
blocked. Shots that got blocked?
Yeah, and you could just see that because we just didn't have a lot of guys that could get up and may use their athleticism to make a play when needed. And so there's only so many pump fakes you can give in the paint before somebody's gonna toss your stuff out of there. So yes, athleticism will be a paramount thing that they'll need to get. They don't have to change their style of basketball. Don't need to be a bunch of high flying guys that go near the rim, but they do need somebody or maybe one or two people who can make a play when needed.
The biggest stat to me that you look for in the transfer portal is going to be a guy who blocks shots, a rim protector, especially the way they play defense. And you think about that 1-3-1. There's a guy out there. He'll probably go to an elite program. South Carolina was involved with him a little bit under Frank Martin. Rutgers now transfer Clifford Omen Yari, I believe is how you say his name. He was third in the nation in blocks at 2.9. That's going to be a guy. When South Carolina, who's going to have to recruit an athletic big guy, I don't care if that guy averages 4 points a game. I don't care what his shooting percentage is. When South Carolina goes to recruit a big guy, I'm going to look at rebounding numbers and blocked shots. How many shots did you block? And they need to find a guy who averaged more than 2 blocks per game. That, to me, is the third thing that we talk about with the getting a point guard and finding an athletic big that can be a true rim protector. Because I like Josh Gray. He's really nice. But I wonder if my vertical at 41 years of age is better than Josh Gray's vertical. Josh Gray is 7 foot. He's huge. He's big. The vertical, though, is there's some questions there.
Josh absolutely wins the getting off the bus award. You know what I'm saying? Like, when he gets off the bus, you're like, ooh, who's that? I want him on my team. The vertical leaves a lot to be desired. And again, this is something that they have in common for our team. I like to see the numbers for the whole team. These dudes are just not playing above the rim. It's fine. However, in order to advance to the next level, you're going to need somebody that can do that.
Colin Murray-Boyles had a couple of really nice blocks this year. But again, if you go back, when was the last time you remember Josh Gray just rising up? And because there was one block yesterday that went, there was actually two. Oregon had 6 total yesterday. But there was 2 in particular I remember that specifically went the other way quickly. Okay. Thank goodness nobody was underneath that one.
Yeah.
Dante, the big center, by the way, for Oregon this year. Now, he was injured a good portion of the season. He averaged right at 2 blocks a game.
For instance, they run, and I don't know the technical terms for it, but they run the lob play for Dante. They throw the ball up high, and he just goes and gets it. And basically, our guys were like, "Wow, what's the weather like up there?" Because we don't play up there.
So there's a concept of don't stand under the rim when the ball comes through.
They were just looking like, "Woo."
That's not the one shining moment you want.
He's high.
That's my opinions of the future of what you do in the offseason. Point guard and an athletic. And again, I'm not asking for a scoring big. That's a plus. I'm asking for a defensive big because you should get Michi Johnson back. You should get Miles Studi back. Jacoby Wright should develop a little bit. Big fan of the young man coming in, Trent Noah out of Kentucky, who could very well end up winning Mr. Basketball in Kentucky, and he's averaging 29 points a game. We'll continue talking basketball this morning. A lot to get to on that, but coming up next, Clayton White spoke Wednesday. I couldn't really break it down in proper fashion because I'm not a defensive guy. Preston Thorne is. I'll let you listen to that. You're listening to The Early Game.
The Game Network. The home of the Gamecocks. 107.5 The Game in Columbia. 100.5 The Game in Florence. 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach. Also on the 107.5 The Game app and streaming live on The Game TV. Listen to Gamecocks baseball on The Game. And if a Gamecocks batter hits a grand slam, you could win cash. You could win cash. You could win cash. You could win cash in the Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union Grand Slam giveaway. Go to 1075thegame.com and register. Brought to you by Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union and The Game. 1075 The Game. Broadcasting live from the Herndon Chevrolet Studios. Discover Herndon Certified. Herndon Chevrolet's premier used car warranty. Shop with complete confidence knowing Herndon Chevrolet has got you covered. Stop by or shop online today and see why Herndon Chevrolet makes you smile.
Bill Gunner here for Jacob Crowder and First Palmetto Bank. Jacob Crowder, the mortgage guru in the market, is ready to help you as we roll through the month of March and have this huge basketball tournament. You're probably looking around your home thinking, maybe we should upgrade a little bit. Maybe we need some more room to celebrate these big basketball victories. Or you're looking around and you're realizing the kids are about to head off to college or head off into the real world, and you're thinking, I don't want to clean this huge house. It's time to downsize a little bit. You need to see what interest rates are available for you if you want to do either of those, or maybe you want to build. Guess what? First Palmetto Bank has a great no-nonsense construction loan that will fit your needs. But to learn more about it, you need to call the mortgage guru, Jacob Crowder with First Palmetto Bank, 803-719-1005. Find out what Jacob and First Palmetto Bank can do for you. They're locally owned and operated. That means local decision makers that can get you a quick decision on what you need. So contact the mortgage guru today, 803-719-1005.
Delicious downtown? Look no further than Substation 2. Now open at 928 Main Street, just behind the State House. Freshly sliced meats and cheeses topped with the freshest, crispiest veggies, all on Substation 2's own white or sweet wheat bread. Dine in, take out, or even catering for your next event. Plus, with delivery available through DoorDash, you can enjoy Substation 2 wherever you are. Visit Substation2.com to explore their menu. Remember, it's how we make it that makes it taste so good. Substation 2, SubstationII.com.
There's something remarkable about the University of South Carolina. It's in the labs, where researchers are discovering ways to make communities healthier and stronger. It's in the nation's best first-year student experience, in top-ranked programs in nursing and health sciences. It's where more South Carolina students have access to higher education than ever before. Because when you stand for something bigger than yourself, you can create something that benefits us all. Behold, the remarkable we.
JT's Kia congratulating Denise Albert of Gaston and Justin Gavin from Columbia, who each won a new Kia. 2 more Kias will be given away Saturday, March 30th. We'd love to call your name, so register now at JT's Kia. Killian or Greystone, no purchase necessary. JT's Kia Mania is back.
The Carolina Cup races are Saturday, March 30th, presented by MUSC Health. The 89th running on the Springdale Racecourse, a pristine setting on green grass, beautiful pines under blue skies in Camden, South Carolina. Nothing rivals this great Southern tradition in steeplechase racing. The family fun event you do not want to miss. Incredible tailgating, shopping, food, and unique entertainment for everyone, including the True Vista Kids Zone. Get your tickets now at carolinacup.org. March 30th, rain or shine.
Hi, everybody. This is Woody Wyndham here to talk about Pioneer Tree Service. Pioneer Tree Service has more than 4 decades of helping homeowners maintain and manage trees on their property. Their skilled crew offers customized solutions that match your needs and budget. Tree trimming and tree removal can be dangerous. You need to trust the people that are doing the job. Before attempting to remove limbs, call Pioneer Tree Service for a free quote. They remove limbs safely and make sure that future growth is directed away from potential trouble areas such as roof lines and driveways. Cutting down trees takes more than a chainsaw. Even branches can weigh thousands of pounds, and their removal must be handled with care. Pioneer Tree Service offers a full complement of state-of-the-art heavy equipment, from track hose to bucket trucks to safely remove trees and stumps from your property. And no matter where you live, the Gantt girls can get there. And I want you to call them at 803-794-8253.
NIL is more important than ever to success in college athletics. Our friends at Garnet Trust are trying to build the best NIL program in the country for South Carolina student athletes. Head on over to GarnetTrust.com, where you can support Gamecock athletes, get access to exclusive content, and help build the best NIL program in the country.
WIS-TV First Alert Traffic
is sponsored by Wetzel's Automotive in West Columbia. Wetzel'sAuto.com.
And for your Friday morning commute, we do want to let you know that there's a little patchy dense fog out there around Lexington and Richland County. So just be aware of that. Low beam headlights, please. A couple accidents. Reimer Pond Road at Wilson Boulevard. Sparkleberry Lane at Clemson Road. Two Notch Road at South Lake Drive. And we are also getting a report downtown Whaley Street at Wayne Street. That rain coming in sometime after lunch today. Not intended to be a complete washout, but, you never know. Then we're looking for tomorrow some scattered spotty showers, I guess. 66 will be our high today, 68 tomorrow. Sun back out on Sunday. But it is a little bit breezy, and 57 on the early game.
Game with Bill Gunter, Preston Thorne, and Shen Jensen. Your home of the Gamecocks in Columbia. 107.5 The Game. Also heard on 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach and 100.5 The Game in Florence.
7:21 as we roll along on your Friday morning. Get up. We've got a whole nother day of NCAA basketball that we've got to get to, and it gets going again 12:15 today. Northwestern and Florida Atlantic, 12:40 Colgate and Baylor, and then 1:45. That's about the time it really kicks off with 4 games there over the next hour and 30 minutes. UAB, San Diego State, Western Kentucky, Marquette. One of Preston's.
Get them out of here.
Yeah, Stetson, UConn. And then at 3:10 today, Clemson fans, your Clemson Tigers and New Mexico take on each other. Clemson, by the way, as somebody pointed out on our live stream, the lone remaining 6th seed.
Ooh.
Lone remaining in the tournament. BYU yesterday, goodbye. South Carolina, obviously, sayonara. Texas Tech, going home back to Lubbock.
So it's
11 seeds went 3-0 yesterday.
So is 6 the new 5?
Just goes to show you, I think, the parity. I mean, there's a parity in college basketball. It's a great place. So, but we'll talk more basketball. We'll get more into that. Do want to remind you about the 107.5 The Game Spring Golf Tournament, April 5th at Charwood. That's a Friday. Should be a day that we're celebrating, getting ready for South Carolina's women's team to take on somebody in the Final Four. We'll be out at Charwood for the Spring Golf Tournament that morning, 10 a.m., shotgun start, $400 per team, and we're going to have a blast. We'll have onion sausage from Old Timey Meat Market. Onion sausage, a little bit of white bread, some mustard, delicious. We'll have a mimosa bar sponsored by Saki's Wine and Spirits. Lunch provided by Firehouse Subs. We'll have plenty of great giveaways, USC baseball tickets, Carowinds tickets, concert tickets, craft beer passport. Get registered this weekend. Call Charwood, 803-755-2000. Again, that's 803-755-2000. That is 2 weeks from today. So go ahead, get your foursome together, $400 per foursome. Get lined up today and get in touch with Charwood to get registered for the 107.5 The Game Spring Golf Tournament, 803-755-2000. Call Charwood today. One of my more favorite segments is when Preston does coach speak. Clayton White speaking Wednesday afternoon about his biggest concern. South Carolina is fully invested in spring practice now. The defense last year struggled for about 9 games, then really turned things on. New season, new players. Here's Clayton White, Preston Thornton. Listen closely, and then let's get a recap from you. Biggest concerns for Clayton White going into 2024 spring practice.
The linebacker room? Or linebacker in general. We did have 2 departures. Right now, we're excited about what's here. You know, those things happen earlier months, and things that happen 3 or 4 months before that, we only live and learn from those things. We're not going to dwell on them. One of my main things, policy, is don't get mad twice. You know, learn twice. You know, learn from something and make sure we grow from it. Things happen for reasons. Guys leave the program for certain reasons, but the guys that we have here that we brought in to replace, we're very excited about them and what they bring to the game.
Jay, can I get that one more time? I want to get a counter on cliches here. Can we get that one more time, please?
The linebacker room? Or linebacker in general. We did have 2 departures. Right now, we're excited about what's here. You know, those things happen earlier months, and things that happen 3 or 4 months before that, we only live and learn from those things. We're not going to dwell on them. One of my main things, policy, is don't get mad twice. You know, learn twice. You know, learn from something and make sure we grow from it. Things happen for reasons. Guys leave the program for certain reasons, but the guys that we have here that we brought in to replace, we're very excited about them and what they bring to the game.
I thought he was going to get 10. I got a generous amount at 8. I got 8. I was wondering.
And that was a 34-second clip.
That's rapid fire. Rapid fire cliche. So Clayton's in top form.
He doesn't need spring practice.
He's ready to go. You know, things happen for a reason, and we just got to learn from the things that happen, and things that happen. And when they happen, you can't let it happen twice, because who knows what happens.
There's more. Clayton White talking on the defensive line. We've talked about it. Your specific position. I am a big TJ Sanders fan. Here's Clayton White talking about the defensive line and what they need to do this spring.
I love big guys, you know, up front. And we have our big guys back, and we added some more big bodies. This is a big league. You know, this is not, this is a big league. So you want to have as many big guys as you possibly can. We added some big guys on the edge. We added some bigger linebackers. So we feel like we got bigger in the front 7. We also added some experience in the front 7. So that, to me, that makes you feel better as a program. The more of those guys you have, the more the better, because we all know this road can be bumpy. This road can be narrow. Got curves in it as well. So animals jumping everywhere. It's a tough road to ride here. All right, so.
That was the one. That was the one yesterday. I was like, stop the segment. We're just going to come back to it tomorrow. Just there's curves in the road. There's animals.
Listen, there's animals, there's deer, there's curves. There's a lot, man. It's the SEC football, but this league, this program. Also, I was doing the big counter, and we got to 9. Didn't quite get to 10, but we got to – no, actually, we did get 10. Actually, we did get 10. So it's big. the road, animals. Hey, I don't know. I don't know what Clayton was doing with that one.
More surprised they had to do something yesterday. Well, that was Wednesday, but more surprised yesterday when Bosman Verdonk got called off of the bench, or Wednesday when they're like, Clayton, you got to speak with the media.
I mean, I think Clayton's ready to go at any time because he got him in his pocket. He's like, listen, I've been looking at these signs up at the house: live, laugh, learn, live twice, and he's ready at any moment. Let me try and I guess I'm gonna try and translate that. Are we gonna try and translate that?
Let's say we'll do it on the other side.
Right, let's try and translate that. Actually, say what I think he was saying.
Curves, animals jumping out. All of a sudden, I felt like I was at Disney on a safari. It's like, the road's bumpy. 803-404-6100. You're listening to the early game.
The Game Network. The home of the Gamecocks. 107.5 The Game in Columbia. 100.5 The Game in Florence. 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach. Also on the 107.5 The Game app and streaming live on The Game TV. Powered by Integrated Media. The Game TV. Sponsored by Shepherd's Glass. A true reflection of quality. The Game TV.
Hey, it's Jen for CHW Cabinetry in Lexington. Our kitchen had to be completely gutted and started fresh when we had a flood about a year ago. And we had to go through the process of figuring out what cabinets we needed. Did not look forward to that at all. But CHW Cabinetry in Lexington made it so much easier. Helped us with the design, choosing some accessories, and then that photorealistic rendering you may not think is a big deal, but it really helped because it was a picture of our kitchen being done before our kitchen was done. And that helped us in putting together all of the other elements. But did you know they do more than kitchens? They can organize your closet. Well, you'll do the organizing, but they'll get the infrastructure set up for that. Your pantry, they can help you get that to a point where it's going to be more organized and help you with those layouts. If you need to create a home workspace, they can help you there. Visit chwcabinetry.com or call them at 803-520-6837. Be sure to tell them Jen Jensen sent you. CHW Cabinetry, passion from inspiration to installation.
South Carolina, it's Kid Rock here. And along with Jason Aldean, we're bringing some of our friends to you for 2 days of epic performances and one hell of a good time. We'll see you at Rock the Country.
On sale now at rockthecountry.com.
Pete Alewine Pool and Spa is getting you ready for pool season with their March Mayhem sale. Saturday, March 16th through Saturday, March 23rd. 20% off all pool and spa chemicals to get your pool swim ready. 20% off salt, 20% off chlorine, 20% off algicides, 20% off shock, and more. March Mayhem at Pete Alewine Pool and Spa, March 16th through March 23rd. They're located at 5541 Sunset Boulevard. You'll find them on Facebook and Instagram or online at PeteAlewinePools.com.
Music fans, on Friday, March 22nd, a very special night is coming to Columbia. Southern Songwriters with Patrick Davis, a national television show produced for SCE-TV and American Public Television, is taping live at the historic Chappell Auditorium at Allen University. Patrick will be joined by Drew Holcomb, David Ryan Harris, and Sean Mullins. This show will air on more than 300 stations this summer, and you can be part of it. Tickets are on sale at southernsongwriters.com or patrickdavismusic.com. One night only, March 22nd in Columbia.
Text second title with proof critical 866-243-4623 for detail. We interrupt this broadcast with an important news alert. There's a slasher on the loose. JT's Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is slashing prices. New Rams were $12,000 off, slashed to $14,000 off. New Jeeps were $10,000 off, slashed to $12,000 off. This just in. New Chargers and Challengers slashed $10,000 off. Now here's the weather. Whether or not your credit is cloudy, JT sees sunny days ahead. Nobody fights harder to get you approved. JT's Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, Greystone Boulevard and 378 Lexington. Jeep Celebration Event.
Snakes, rodents, and mold all live and grow beneath your home and eventually will find their way inside. Canty Foundation Specialist is your local trusted expert in crawl space sealing. Call us today for a free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
Moisture and high humidity in your crawl space create an environment for mold and mildew and affect the air you breathe inside your home. Call Canty for a free inspection today at 753-1495 or visit cantycanfixit.com.
Powered by Integrated Media. The Game TV. Sponsored by Shepherd's Glass. A true reflection of quality. The Game TV. Sponsored by Shepherd's Glass.
What's up, folks? Anthony Armstrong here.
Bob Popple, along with Super Bowl champion Carl Banks.
Hey, NFL fans. This is Solomon Wilcox, former NFL safety and host of the Believe in Bengals podcast. Catch my show and all 32 Believe NFL podcasts. Listen in to former players give their inside perspective on your favorite team. Search Believe, that's B-L-E-A-V, on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
It's always football season, wherever you listen.
Hit us up on the Firehouse Subs text line, 803-404-6100. Your home of the Gamecocks in Columbia, 107.5 The Game. Also heard on 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach and 100.5 The Game in Florence.
WIS-TV First Alert Traffic is sponsored by Wetzel's Automotive in West Columbia. Wetzel'sAuto.com.
Wayne Street at Wayne Street, we do have a report of an accident there. Also, Sparkleberry Lane at Clemson Road, Reimer Pond Road at Wilson Boulevard. Oak Drive near Highway 1, there's an accident reported there. Also, I-26 westbound at exit 91, you will encounter a slowdown as well. So some rain coming in today, this afternoon, maybe after lunch. Looking for a high today of about 66, 68 tomorrow with a scattered shower. Or an isolated shower, I guess I should say. And again, a high of about 66. But the sun's back out on Sunday. And 66 for the high. It's 56 right now. Little patchy dense fog out there on the early game.
You're talking about. Sponsored by Love Chevrolet. On your home of the Gamecocks in Columbia, 107.5 The Game. Also heard on 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach and 100.5 The Game in Florence.
I love big guys, up front. And we have our big guys back, and we added some more big bodies. This is a big league. This is not, this is a big league. So you want to have as many big guys as you possibly can. We added some big guys on the edge. We added some bigger linebackers. So we feel like we got bigger in the front seven. We also added some experience in the front seven. So that, to me, that makes you feel better as a program. The more of those guys you have, the more the better, because we all know this road can be bumpy. This road can be narrow. Got curves in it as well, so animals jumping everywhere. It's a tough road to ride here. All right, so.
It was Clayton White on Wednesday. Bumpy roads, curvy roads, narrow roads, and now you got animals jumping out. I forget.
With all those roads, as long as those roads lead to victory, don't care how bumpy, windy they are.
I hate to say it like this, but it's the truth. That man has driven on South Carolina roads and understands the roads we have in this state. Fix our roads. Because you're causing the South Carolina defensive coordinator to have issues.
That's something we can all get behind.
I was going to say, maybe it's an NIL deal for him. He's actually sponsored by the Department of Transportation or something like that. Yeah.
He had a dramatic attempt getting to work this Wednesday morning. It was like, it's bumpy roads. Apparently a deer might have run out in front of him. Translate that for us, Preston.
Obviously, let's start from the back end. Yes, the SEC is a very tough league, and we've seen this schedule. Probably at some points in the past year or two, Clayton has felt like he didn't have enough bullets to go into these games and have enough dudes to stand up against the Georgias or whoever he was playing with. So that's probably what he's saying about, he said it 10 times, about having bigger bodies. You want to have those guys. And I think we saw the development that Travian had with the inside guys last year. They played better than they had previously. This is his first spring that he's actually getting to work with these guys. He worked with them throughout the year, but that's game planning and stuff. So having a chance to work with these guys, get them in a better position to be better physically, can only help out the rest of the defense. I'm assuming that's what Clayton was going for.
Okay.
I guess.
And let's redo the other one, Jen, so we can get a full Preston Thorn. Let's go back. That was number 19. This is Clayton White. He's mainly talking about the linebackers and how concerned he was about losing. Without saying their names, he was talking about the concern of losing Grayson Howard and Stone Blanton. Here is Clayton White and biggest concern.
Things happening.
The linebacker room?
Or linebacker
in general, we did have 2 departures. Right now, we're excited about what's here. You know, those things happen earlier months and things that happen 3 or 4 months before that. We only live and learn from those things. We're not going to dwell on them. One of my main policy is don't get mad twice. You know, learn twice. You know, learn from something and make sure we grow from it. Things happen for reasons. Guys leave the program for certain reasons, but the guys that we have here that we brought in to replace, we're very excited about them and what they bring to the game.
What do you got?
That was a little tougher to decipher. But I think it goes back to the conversation that we had, and I get my days mixed up. We were having a conversation about the linebackers earlier.
JC talking about the speed of the linebackers.
Yes, we were talking about with the conversation with JC, talking about that they've added speed and athleticism to the linebacker room and experience. So those are 3 things that you obviously want to have more of in your linebacker room. You can have what it seemed like they had last year, and Grayson didn't play as much, but they seem like they have a guy that's going to run and hit in Debo. Heat-seeking missile. He's going to run and hit. However, that guy is not going to be doing a lot of reading and reacting. And so Debo gets in trouble sometimes because he can have a big play. It's boom or bust, seems like. He can have a big play, but he might not be in the right gap a lot of times. You need another guy to be able to cover up when Debo is playing at his best. And it didn't seem like they had that on many occasions last year.
One other thing, let's listen. This was clip 21. This is talking about Dylan Stewart. Obviously, when Clayton White refers to getting bigger guys on the edge, Dylan Stewart's one of them, 6'5", about 235, 240. I don't know what he's at now after a spring workout period. But he is a guy, Preston, that I talked about yesterday a little bit, that you expect something from. He is the 5-star out of the DMV area, whereas Nick Harbor, I don't know what we're going to get with him because of not working quite as much. We actually will come back to that clip from Shane Beamer here in just a second. But here is Clayton White also talking about what he has seen thus far from Dylan Stewart.
Yes, talented, long, good size. He does a good job. But yesterday, I saw him kind of, doing the walkthrough yesterday. I asked, did he see something? He gave me this most intense look that I've seen. So he definitely turned it on just from an attitude standpoint. But I think, the culture and the things that we do here, he hasn't flinched yet. Is a freshman going to be perfect? Is anyone going to be perfect? Really not, right? So I think he's learning from that stuff. I think he's enjoying the grind and not always being successful. I think he's taking that and really going to really grow with it. And to me, when you're uncomfortable and when things aren't great, that's when you really grow the most.
This is actually interesting because I feel like Dylan Stewart is walking into a great situation right now at the University of South Carolina from the standpoint of, because of the basketball season and unfortunately baseball tonight, but because of the baseball season, nobody's normally, when South Carolina lands a 5-star, like, we're going into spring like, oh, my gosh, this guy is going to have 29 tackles, probably all in the first game, or 29 sacks in the first game. Like, Dylan Stewart, it might be the most quiet, hype 5-star I've seen for South Carolina. We don't get many of them, but the quietest 5-star I've heard about in a long time from the standpoint of, I don't know if we don't know what he's going to do, if we don't have faith in him. It's just, this is a kid who can come in and make an impact for South Carolina. He's here in the spring going through the workouts.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, yes, because basketball season is over now, we have a little bit more fan width and we can start paying attention. Baseball, that means our eyes on you now. But yes, we can pay more attention to spring practice. We can start watching and seeing what he's doing. I kind of forgot, honestly, that they had this 5-star kid that was here. I don't know whether that's good, bad, indifferent, or what, but I really forgot until you just said that. And so it's interesting to see that he's progressing, that he's in the unit, and as Clayton mentioned, he's not going to be successful every time because he's coming from high school, and regardless of how talented you are in high school, it is a huge jump, especially in the trenches, to being able to play. So not saying that you shouldn't have expectations for him to make impacts, but he's going to have to learn. And like Clayton, I don't know, he said intense. That's called deer in headlights. That's what intensity actually is. When a freshman's out there and things are – because if you've never been to Shane said it earlier, if you've never been to one of these practices, there is 100 things happening at once. It is not even close to what a high school practice was. So I'm sure he's very much locked in just trying to figure out what is going on. So and that's a good thing because that means he sees himself in as a part of the team unit.
803-404-6100. Zach says it's the all right so from Clayton there at the end of it for me. He knew he just said a whole bunch of nothing and needed to move on to the next question.
All right, so yeah, we move on.
Anonymous Sixer said he had me at animals jumping out. Tom weighs in. How do big guys fit on narrow roads?
It's tough. You know, we gotta make sure the aerodynamics are right, man. I will agree with him, man, because we were coming back from McCormick last week, and I had a long stare down with a deer, and I was like, sir, you stay right there. You do not come out of those woods. And he agreed and went the other way, but we approached each other for about 40 feet, and I was like, sir, do not do anything silly here.
803-404.
Or ma'am. Either one of you. Don't do anything silly.
6100. Preston has a AAU question for basketball that he will ask when we come back.
Check his birth certificate.
We'll get back into some NCAA tournament basketball. You're listening to Preston Thorne, Bill Gunner, Sheehan Jensen. It's the early game.
The Game Network. The home of the Gamecocks. 107.5 The Game in Columbia. 100.5 The Game in Florence. 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach. Also on the 107.5 The Game app and streaming live on The Game TV. Ever been on this date?
You're a good-looking man.
Thank you.
Very pretty. Real soft, delicate features. They're real feminine.
And thought, man, I'd rather be listening to The Game right now.
Welcome in to the afternoon show. Alongside Elijah Campbell, I'm Jay Phillips.
Well, just go to iTunes or Google Play and download the Game app. Sure, you may no longer be with that person anymore, but you'll never be without the game again.
This is Boomer Esiason with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by LL Flooring. LL Flooring, every step covered. Similar to yesterday's Nevada-Dayton matchup, today's New Mexico-Clemson clash has the double-digit seed, and in this case, the number 11 Lobos has the odd-makers favorite over number 6 Clemson. Once their fast break kicks in, Richard Pitino's high-scoring squad has been running opponents out of the gym. I do like the Lobos in this one. I'm Boomer Esiason. CBS Sports Radio.
At LL Flooring, we've been a trusted partner to pros for over 30 years. With over 400 nationwide warehouses full of in-stock, job-ready inventory, you'll get what you need. And our exclusive pro pricing means that pros never pay retail. Because at LL Flooring, all we do is floors. So we're going to do it right. Sign up for a free pro account today to start getting pro benefits. LL Flooring, every step covered.
Oh, I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Rain in the forecast, not just for today, but tomorrow as well. And so is your roof ready to handle it? You need to call Mid-State Roofing. For nearly 30 years, they've been the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. And right now is a great time to do a little maintenance on your roof. And with Mid-State Roofing, they have a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week call center that you can give them a call and speak with an on-call technician, somebody who is ready to put you in a maintenance contract. 803-356-1919. Mid-State Roofing. Well, guess what? They have designs and installations, bonded systems with a protective guarantee that'll keep your operation dry and running long into the future. So call today and get more information with an on-call technician. 803-356-1919. You can visit them on the web, midstateroofing.com. If you've got a leak, let Mid-State Roofing take a peek. 803-356-1919.
39th running of the Carolina Cup races presented by MUSC Health. March 30th in Camden, South Carolina. It's where spring begins. Make your plans now to attend this great Southern tradition for the best tailgating, entertainment, fashion, and fun for kids and adults of all ages. Gates open at 9 a.m., rain or shine. Come see fantastic thoroughbreds, jump the fences, and race to victory. Get your tickets now and plan to party with family and friends all day. Visit carolinacup.org for tickets and details. Don't miss it. Saturday, March 30th.
There's something remarkable about the University of South Carolina. It's in the labs, where researchers are discovering ways to make communities healthier and stronger. It's in the nation's best first-year student experience, in top-ranked programs in nursing and health sciences. It's where more South Carolina students have access to higher education than ever before. Because when you stand for something bigger than yourself, you can create something that benefits us all. Behold, the remarkable we.
The Early Game with Bill Gunter.
Former Gamecock Preston Thorne.
And Jen Jensen. Your home of the Gamecocks in Columbia. 107.5 The Game.
Also heard on 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach and 100.5 The Game in Florence.
803-404-6100 as we talk a little football, but also NCAA tournament basketball. Let me ask you this. This was interesting yesterday that I heard Terry Ford just coming here. We were talking about the games yesterday. All three 6 seeds that played yesterday lost. All 3 6 seeds that played yesterday lost. There was something that it might have been on the CBS Sports channel that actually doesn't broadcast the games. You know, they're on CBS Sports, True TV, TNT, and TBS. And it was talking about BYU. And apparently, BYU was slated to be a 5 seed, like one of the last 5 seeds. It was basically came down to BYU and Gonzaga. And Gonzaga played yesterday, but there was some deal with, and this we all know, BYU can't play on Sunday. So they had to play a Thursday-Saturday matchup. And because of that, they didn't get the 5 seed. And they moved Gonzaga into it, and Gonzaga ended up playing yesterday, and it's how it all worked out. But I believe it came down to like BYU. So then after they moved those around, it came down to I think what they were saying yesterday was like St. Mary's or something. It was something crazy like that where BYU probably should have been a 5 seed, but because they can't play on Sunday and the way that they do those seedings, so like for example, like all the 6 seeds they then seed 1 through 4, and that's how South Carolina was the 3rd 6 seed in this situation, which is how they ended up in the Midwest. If that makes sense. Yeah. If BYU was a 5 seed, they probably would have gotten like a Grand Canyon or somebody else. Instead, they get Duquesne, who is red hot, and they lose that game yesterday.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. Shout out to the committee and the people who make the brackets for looking out for them and taking their traditions and cultures into considerations. That's how it goes. Congratulations.
I mean, they can't play. And again, it was kind of convoluted, but it basically came down to the fact that BYU couldn't play the Friday, Sunday.
That's really commendable by the tournament to make that exception for them and their university. So that's a great look for them doing that. Unfortunately, the bracket didn't work out well for them. While they were making that exception, it's like, well, you know what? You're going to play Duquesne.
And maybe they looked at that. All 6 seeds, all 3 yesterday. Texas Tech, Duquesne, BYU, and South Carolina all lose. Clemson today 3-10 against New Mexico State. But going back to the South Carolina game, I saw this on social media, all across social media. I saw this all across message boards yesterday that Jermaine Couisnard going for 40 points was the most South Carolina thing that could have happened. That is that yes or no? Or was this just a random
I mean,
a random act of violence that occurred yesterday.
I think it's random. I mean, I understand how we can start making everything about us, but he just went off, man, and that was a long time ago that he was here. So I get it. I understand how that could possibly feel, as a South Carolina could feel personally attacked. I'm just more interested in how old he is. I just can't get over that. And the whole thing just makes me think of, have you been seen, participated, or been the victim of? Check his birth certificate. 803-404-6100. Have you seen, maybe it was you, have you seen this play out in your various Little League ventures of check his birth certificate?
Yeah, we had a couple in Lexington in baseball. There was another one when Lexington
in the rumor mill. I love the rumor mill. It's like, he's 12,
this
right?
This is
he's
peak.
Actually 12.
This is peak. Check his birth certificate. You got to go way back in the day. It's a year younger than me, but Lexington hosted the Dixie Youth World Series.
Yes.
The Dixie Youth World Series. They ended up having out at Oak Grove Park out there, and this was probably 94, 95. There's a bunch of
I'm right there.
There's probably some people out there listening that I know very well that played in it. And a team from Florida came up, and I was actually talking with a buddy of mine, Trip Brunson. For some reason, this came up the other day. We're talking about seeing kids like now as we're doing AAU 11 and 12, and there was like a 12-year-old the other day that we played who had a full little nice goatee. And I was like, but there was a kid that came up, and if Trip is listening, he could send in, or if any of y'all played, that had again, this was 11 and 12-year-olds, and it was a pitcher for the Florida All-Star team who had a full-on beard. Full-on beard. And I remember I wasn't playing. My dad was helping put it on. And, the whole tournament was like, yeah, we're going to need more identification. Go ahead and just hand over his driver's license.
Oh, man, what a great time in life when it was just like, he's actually 13. He's actually – that kid is really in 6th grade. He's not in 5th grade like the rest of us. I actually had my bat checked one time. In Dixie Youth Baseball. They were like, check his bat. So I had to go through, and the ref had to check my bat and see if it was, I guess it was court. Because that was the other thing.
Right,
one of the others like, he swings with a court bat.
Yeah.
Obviously, the kid from Somerville has a court bat. So this is one of my favorite things. Check his birth certificate, court bat, any of those types of things that happen, especially in that Little League AAU era when we don't know who the guy is.
It's when you venture out, because everybody, if you play in your league, you know everybody, and you're like, yeah, he's just old, man.
Right.
He's maturing, but
when you go across town.
It's when you show up at some of these AAU tournaments, or again, you get into these these baseball all-star games, and kids ripping home runs and stuff, and you're like, wait a minute here, something ain't right. Couisnard had a monster game, 40 points.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about that. Hour 3 on the way. A lot to do. It is the early game.
Broadcasting live from the Herndon Chevrolet Studios. This is 107.5 The Game.
A great selection of new Chevys is available now at Herndon Chevrolet. The lot is packed with inventory, and more is on the way. So shop your hometown Chevy dealer today.
Stop by or shop online today and see why Herndon Chevrolet makes you smile.
JT's Kia congratulating Denise Albert of Gaston and Justin Gavin from Columbia, who each won a new Kia. 2 more Kias will be given away Saturday, March 30th. We'd love to call your name, so register now at JT's Kia. Killian or Greystone, no purchase necessary. JT's Kia Mania is back.
The Powerball jackpot for Saturday is $750 million. Be sure to stop by your local South Carolina Education Lottery retailer and get your ticket today. See SCEducationLottery.com for jackpot odds in a store near you.
Life matters. While traveling in England, I took a little time to read some epitaphs on old tombstones. Beneath this silent stone is laid a noisy, busybody maid, who from her cradle talked to death, and not till now was out of breath. Or how about this one for Edgar Oscar Earl? Beneath this grassy mound now rest one Edgar Oscar Earl, who to another hunter looked exactly like a squirrel. There's another one that's really great. It was a tomb of a preacher named John Pease. This ain't peas, it's just a pod. Peas shelled out and went to God. One of the greatest Christians in American history has this simple epitaph. He that does the will of God abides forever. That says it all. When it's time for us to pack up and leave, the question will be how closely we followed God's will. Visit us on the web at ChristianLifeColumbia.com to learn more about God's will for our lives. Remember, life matters, and so do you.
March into serenity and step into relaxation with the Spring Madness Member for a Day sale at Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa. Indulge in exclusive benefits, including 10% off products, access to low member price services, and special savings on gift cards. Explore rejuvenation at their locations in the Columbia area or visit handandstone.com to unlock online offers. Embrace the tranquil spirit of spring. See spa for details. Restrictions may apply.
Plus, text second cited with proof. Credit call 866-243-4623 for detail. We interrupt this broadcast with an important news alert. There's a slasher on the loose. JT's Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is slashing prices. New Rams were $12,000 off, slashed to $14,000 off. New Jeeps were $10,000 off, slashed to $12,000 off. This just in. New Chargers and Challengers slashed $10,000 off. Now here's the weather. Whether or not your credit is cloudy, JT sees sunny days ahead. Nobody fights harder to get you approved. JT's Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, Greystone Boulevard and 378 Lexington. Jeep Celebration event.
The Cocky Trot 5K and Fun Run and Walk, presented by Palmetto Shirt Company, is back. Join Gamecock fans on Saturday, April 20th for the fun-filled morning racing around Gamecock Park and Williams-Brice Stadium. Learn more and register today at GamecocksOnline.com/CockyTrot.
Got something to say?
Ring us up on the Love Chevy phone line. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer.
At 803-404-6100.
Your home of the Gamecocks. 107.5 The Game.
WIS-TV First Alert Traffic
is sponsored by Wetzel's Automotive in West Columbia. Wetzel'sAuto.com.
I-26 westbound at Columbia Avenue, we do have a report of an accident there. Oak Drive near Highway 1. Reimer Pond Road at Wilson Boulevard. Also Sparkleberry Lane at Clemson Road. And Whaley at Wayne Street. Also, you'll find a slowdown. We are going to see some rain today, sometime after lunch. High of 66. A couple pop-up showers tomorrow. 68 for the high, 66 for Sunday. Right now, though, it's not too bad. It's 57 with a little patchy dense fog on the early game.
WNKT FM, Eastover, Columbia.
Hey, this is South Carolina DQ Smith. You listen to 107.5 The Game, the home of the Gamecocks.
A Cumulus media station.
The early game.
So I'm curious as far as the game is concerned now, because you kind of got warmed up yesterday and asking a question of the coaches. Are you going to have that sideline pass so that you're really going to be the roving reporter during the game?
No. I'm maxed out, done for the year.
With Bill Gunter, Jen Jensen, former Gamecock Preston Thorne.
Because I had to kind of pay attention.
That was your fault. You didn't identify yourself.
He's toast.
Your home of the Gamecocks in Columbia. 107.5 The Game.
The theme of this show. I don't know what happened.
Also heard on 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach and 100.5 The Game in Florence.
A.m. as we get you up on a Friday morning. It's going to be rainy. Preston Thorne just opened the window over here, and it's going to be rainy. So we'll see what the forecast is for baseball this weekend, especially tonight. I think it's supposed to clear out on Sunday. Tomorrow, I think, is kind of iffy, but baseball tonight, we'll try and keep you updated right here throughout the day if we hear anything.
Well, it sounds like a great day to watch basketball.
A great weekend. A great weekend after a great night yesterday. So we've talked a lot, obviously, about South Carolina and Oregon, and we'll talk more about it. We'll kind of remember the season, maybe some of our favorite moments from the season is, look, no shame. Yesterday happened, 87-73. It was what it was. I think the better team ended up winning. I'm not going to sit here and try and tell you that I paid attention to Oregon for 34 games this year and that I know why exactly. There were injuries. They did have injuries. Dante, the big center, only played in 21 games this year, so there were issues for them. But they also had some upsets of other teams. But that was a good basketball team. That was a basketball team yesterday. And as a matter of fact, I'll get to another one here in just a minute. But that was a basketball team yesterday that was projected in the preseason to be a very good team and make the NCAA tournament. And much like Michigan State, who opened the season as number 4, and remember, lost to James Madison, North Carolina now gets a game against Michigan State tomorrow that a lot of people probably would have projected as a Final Four matchup back in November.
Yeah, so what happens to those teams? Either there's injuries or something kooky happens during the season or they hit a downslide, but they're actually better than what their seeding is. And you have the unfortunate kind of getting to play that team, and they're on the upswing when everybody else is having them pictured as this lower seed. So, and then obviously you throw in the veteran coaches along with that, Izzo and Altman. Yeah. It's a very similar scenario. So, we saw that. We thought it might have been a tough draw. I did think South Carolina would be able to pull that out if they were able to play their game. And they got pulled into a game which they don't want to play, which is indicated by the score. Their final score was 83 or 87. Yeah. South Carolina on the year was giving up 67 points. They were number 1 in the SEC. So that's 20 points over what they were traditionally giving up. They cannot – this – iteration of South Carolina's team cannot win a game in the 80s. That's just not what they do. And so they got pulled into a game where they didn't want to play.
Trent Noah will come in next year. He's a 6'7" wing forward out of Kentucky. Is a guy that maybe because of his shooting ability gives you more firepower. Be interested to see him. He is actually, I think last night, I didn't look, or yesterday, was playing at Rupp Arena yesterday in the semifinal of the Kentucky High School basketball playoffs. I'll see if I can dig that back up and see how he did yesterday. But he's a guy that's coming in. And then they'll have to hit the portal. Some of the numbers from yesterday, South Carolina out-rebounded 32-26. And this was a team that I thought that would happen far more this year. And the fact that it didn't is a testament, I think, to the in one year, because we'll see if it sustains, but the mindset and culture that Lamont Paris was able to build with this team. Now, does that carry over to next year's team where they still have the same hunger? They won't be picked 14th. Well, I guess conceivably they could be picked 14th. They won't be picked dead last. They won't be picked 16th next year in the SEC. And Preston, I went ahead last night and I did a little bit of a podcast, and I put out 3 things that I want to see for next year. You ready? Mm-hmm. Number 1, this is a pretty good team that South Carolina should have coming back. Meechie Johnson, Miles Studi, I like Zach Davis, Colin Murray-Boyles, Jacoby Wright, Josh Gray, so forth, so on. As we sit here today, the way you are allowed to schedule in basketball, knowing your roster and then fitting your schedule to your roster. Perfect example is this year. I think Lamont Paris gets an A+ for how he scheduled the non-conference. Absolute A+. He had a team that he was trying to get to gel. It wasn't an overly tough non-conference, which is why you saw that net ranking never really get very high. Obviously, the metrics that they played with. But he had a heck of a schedule for the non-conference this year that allowed his team to, A, build confidence, B, gel, C, kind of develop what he wanted to do and get them ready. Next year's different. And they're going to go play in a tournament next year down in Florida early in the season that's going to feature Virginia Tech, Michigan, and Xavier. Those all sound like great names. Look at their records this year.
Right.
All right, they wasn't very good. But I want to see Lamont Paris with this roster give us, the fans and the media, a big home game. And, schedule a home and home, get a big home game right around Thanksgiving, first part of December, right in there. Something to really juice up. Get a marquee game. Get somebody coming in that's a marquee brand name and schedule a home team. That's the first thing.
Well, we've proven as a fan base that we can get excited about basketball. So
that's the other part.
There's an appetite for that. Yep, there's an appetite for that. So that's one thing. What else?
So that's number 1. I want that. By the way, remember, they'll play the ACC Challenge. I'm going ahead and kind of projecting that I don't know if DJ Burns is back next year, but I'm kind of projecting the fact that both are around the same seeds. It would make sense to have a North Carolina State, South Carolina ACC, SEC Challenge game next year, which would be a lot of fun. Sign me up for that. Number two, and 2 and 3 go hand in hand. 16 teams in the league next year have to finish in the top 8, have to finish in the top half of the SEC. Is that an unfair? That's fair, right? Yes. Like, that is fair to build upon this. We have very rarely seen sustained success from South Carolina basketball. Frank Martin was the closest with a lot of years above 500, but never getting into the NCAA tournament. Sustained success. And I believe if you finish in the top 8, that should put you in the NCAA tournament next year.
Well, I was listening to a conversation with Brad Burnell, and he was talking about the job he's done at Clemson, and he's saying that they are trying to raise the ceiling of what the team is, but he knows for sure that he's raised the floor of what the team is. And I think Lamont has obviously raised the floor where now we have expectations of what this team should be moving forward. We don't know what the top is yet, but the floor is top 8. I agree with that. That should be standard. And we paid him accordingly.
Very true.
So now this is not a surprise anymore, and that's why this year was really fun
and cute
because it was cute
fun,
and
cuddly.
it was a good feel good type of thing. That's not the same expectations moving into next year.
No, I'm with you on that, and so finishing in the top. And again, as we sit here less than 24 hours removed from yesterday's game, what we think we know. Now, don't be surprised. I'll say this out loud. Don't be surprised if you see Miles Studi and Michie Johnson and Colin Murray-Boyles and Zach Davis and all put their name in the NBA draft. They should. The way that those rules are designed, they should be putting their name in the NBA draft to get feedback. The months of April and May, there's limited stuff they can really do in terms of teamwork and stuff around here. If I was the father, the agent, the confidant, whatever of any of those guys, listen, it doesn't mean we're going to the NBA, but we're putting our name in to get feedback from the NBA, see if we can get maybe an NBA team to work us out, talk to us a little bit. Maybe an NBA team telling Zach Davis, hey, buddy, a few less threes, a few more drives would be good for him.
You owe it to yourself to get evaluated.
Exactly.
To see what you're doing. That's something that you owe to yourself in your future for sure.
So that's number 2 ties in with number 3. You got to make, I think, validation. When you get that amount of money, when you get that contract, and when you look at the roster that's coming back, the expectation next year will be to make the NCAA tournament. Barring some kind of strange roster gutting or something going on, you get the guys back. I've said it, the biggest piece to me is replacing Talon Cooper. It's going to be make the NCAA tournament again next year.
Yeah, and I think that's fair, and I also think that Lamont understands that, and that's in concurrent with his goals too. He doesn't think that's an unrealistic goal for himself and the team. So it's all lockstep in what everybody has the same ideas of where we see this program headed in the future.
So again, I want to see a big conference. I want to see, and really I'd like it to be a Big East team. I don't want to say we're going to get Clemson. Clemson's going to come here for a big marquee non-conference game. You're going to get the ACC SEC challenge. Give me a Villanova. Get old white suit Rick Pitino down here and let's line him up. Give me a Seton Hall. Give me schedule a game with Creighton. Give us something that it's a marquee television game on a Saturday in December early on, and let's play. I want to see that with that schedule. I don't mind. He's going to schedule with the USC Upstates and the Charleston Southerns and so forth and so on, but I think you got to take the schedule up a notch next year. I want to see a fun Saturday afternoon marquee non-conference game here at Colonial Life Arena.
Speaking of Villanova, Jay Wright, what a wonderful tan that man has.
Jay Wright's living the life.
He looks very happy. He looks very happy. He's well tanned. He always wore a nice suit, but he's just well tanned. He's talking ball and just relaxing. He made a good choice with his life.
Yes,
he made a good decision.
Got out of the stress. Mm-hmm. A guy who may need to get out of the stress, John Calipari. John Calipari is. Do you know how old he is? Before I do that,
he's older than I would.
His
think.
birthday just passed. His birthday passed a month ago.
He's older than I think, and I would. I put him. If you had to give me plus or minus, I'm gonna give 62 to 65. 65. Okay.
65.
That's why.
65.
And he's older than you think, which, by the way, is the reason why I had a problem with him saying that his favorite artist was Drake. Cal, stop it. Stop it, Cal. Your favorite artist is, there's no way you're 65 years old and your favorite artist is Drake. You're just doing that for recruiting, Cal, and you don't need to put up that charade. Anyway, that's why you probably lost. Don't tell those types of stories.
And not only did he do that for recruiting, he's now trying to kind of hide the fact that, I've only won one national championship. I'm supposed to be the dapper Don. I dress in these nice suits. I got the hair slicked back. I'm at Kentucky. Don't pay attention to all the losses I have in the NCAA tournament. This is John Calipari on a Wednesday trying to explain the success he's had and bragging on himself. And is it worse that he says, can I humble brag? Listen to John Calipari Wednesday before the NCAA tournament.
Can I do some humble brag up here?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's your show.
So 70% of the players who accept a scholarship with us get drafted. 70%. Of that, 73% get to second contracts. The guys in the league right now have made over $4 billion, not million, billion dollars. And when you talk Bam, Maxey, Devin, De'Aaron, Shea's going to make 400. I mean, it'll be $6 billion in the next 2 years. You come to Kentucky to prepare yourself for the rest of your life. You don't come for NIL, even though you saw our managers got NIL deals. So yeah, it's all neat, but that ain't why you come. And you learn to be a great teammate. You know why? You got to share. You're not going to be told you're going to start, how many minutes, how many shots. That's why there are kids that will never come here, because sometimes they think there's an easier path. There is no easy path.
And then you lose 80-76, and all those great teammates and everything. This is what John Calipari had to say after the game last night.
And, but, you know, we had some guys that didn't play the way they'd been playing all year. We did everything we could. We knew the zone would be tough, but we missed shots we don't miss. And, you know, the preparation, I thought they were in a great, trying to keep them loose, but when the game started, you had some guys not play to the level they could play.
I thought we prepared them great. We were ready for the 2-3 zone. They didn't play to the level they could play, Preston. But let me tell you about those guys making billions of dollars in the NBA, and that's why we here at Kentucky are successful.
Yeah, Cal, your job is, as the University of Kentucky coach, your job is to win games at your institution. It is awesome if they go on to make a lot of money as NBA players. That's great. I would probably assume that they didn't make – here's the other thing. Most of those guys were going to the league regardless.
Yes.
So, Cal, it's not because they came to Kentucky as that's why they got to the NBA. You just got a bunch of dudes who were on their way to the NBA. So, I don't necessarily – I understand what he's saying. I disagree with it wholeheartedly. And unfortunately, I see this sort of mentality trickling down into high school where it's like we got a bunch of these guys into college. And it's like that's cool, but there's still a lot of other people who – you need to win games where you're at, and they need to enjoy that experience there. So that's great, Cal. You made a bunch of billionaires, but guess what? The fans don't care about that. They want people to win at the University of Kentucky.
You're listening to the early game.
The Game Network. The home of the Gamecocks. 107.5 The Game in Columbia. 100.5 The Game in Florence. 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach. Also on the 107.5 The Game app and streaming live on The Game TV. Powered by Integrated Media. The Game TV. Sponsored by Shepherd's Glass. A true reflection of quality. The Game TV. 107.5 The Game. Broadcasting live from the Herndon Chevrolet Studios. Discover Herndon Certified. Herndon Chevrolet's premier used car warranty. Shop with complete confidence knowing Herndon Chevrolet has got you covered. Stop by or shop online today and see why Herndon Chevrolet makes you smile.
Bill Gunner for Zerorez Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. It's time to get a head start on that spring cleaning. It's supposed to be rainy this weekend. Maybe a nice time to watch basketball, stay inside, and clean the house. Or you can have the professionals do it. That's the advice I would give you. Have Zerorez Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning come out to the house, take care of the carpets, rugs, tile, upholstery, and make it all look insanely clean. And they do it with their patented ZR water technology. It cleans better than detergents while leaving zero residue behind. That's right, no sticky, soapy residue, so you can feel comfortable playing on the carpet, playing on the floors, having the dogs or the cats rolling around. Anybody in the family can get on that floor and have a good time. So call Zerorez today and take advantage of their spring sale. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for $129 plus a free hallway. That's when you mention me, Bill Gunner at 107.5 The Game. 803-262-4020 or schedule online, ZerorezColumbia.com. Zerorez, spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
JT's Kia congratulating Denise Albert of Gaston and Justin Gavin from Columbia, who each won a new Kia. 2 more Kias will be given away Saturday, March 30th. We'd love to call your name, so register now at JT's Kia. Killian or Greystone, no purchase necessary. JT's Kia Mania is back.
The Anastapula Law Firm has been recovering millions for their clients for over 30 years. Whether it's a slip and fall, car accident, or any other issues that have resulted from an accident, Anastapula Law Firm can help. Their South Carolina personal injury attorneys have experience fighting for the rights of their clients. Remember, don't scream. Call Akeem. Dial 800-ALL-7s now. Herb Glass is responsible for this ad, and cases are handled at 32 Ann Street, Charleston, South Carolina, 29403. Paid endorsement, not actually client. Results may vary.
Hey, Columbia. Are you tired of waiting around for your car to be serviced? Well, at Wetzel's Automotive in West Columbia, every Thursday is 30-Minute Thursday. Yes, in just 30 minutes, whether it's an oil change, a battery replacement, or even a tire rotation, their expert techs ensure top-notch service. So why wait? Get your life back in a jiffy. Schedule your appointment today by calling 803-739-2999. That's 739-2999. Or visit them online at wetzelsauto.com. Wetzel's Automotive. They're Otis approved.
When it comes to beautiful lawns, nothing cuts like a Gravely's zero-turn mower. And there's nothing like Gravely's Mow the Distance sales event starting Wednesday. Save up to 25% with special financing available only at your local Gravely dealer.
How would you like to drive a new car with no payments for 3 full months? That's exactly what you can do when your car loan is with State Credit Union. Visit one of their 19 branches or their website for details. Apply for your new car loan online at scscu.com. That's scscu.com. Offer not available for internal refinances. Terms and conditions apply. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA.
I chose public health nursing because as a mom, I wanted to spend more quality time with my family. Public health allows you to grow in your nursing career and help others while also having a healthy work-life balance. It's also important to me to have an employer who understands and values my priorities in life. Make public health your passion.
For more information, visit scdheck.gov/careers.
Powered by Integrated Media, The Game TV.
Sponsored by Shepherd's Glass, a true reflection of quality.
The Game TV.
Sponsored by Shepherd's Glass.
March into serenity and relaxation with the Spring Madness Member for a Day sale at Hand & Stone. Receive product savings, member price services, and gift card savings. Visit their Columbia area locations or handandstone.com to unlock online deals. Restrictions apply. See spa for details. WIS-TV First Alert Traffic
is sponsored by Wetzel's Automotive in West Columbia. Wetzel'sAuto.com.
All right, let's take a peek out on the highways. We'll let you know about a couple things that might impact your traffic this morning. I-26 westbound at exit 91, still slow down there. Also, Oak Drive near Highway 1. Whaley Street at Wayne Street, still working that earlier tie-up. Is a little hazy out there this morning. That will maybe clear a smidge, but we are going to be seeing that rain after lunchtime today. 66 for the high. Some isolated showers tomorrow, 68, sunny, and 66 on Sunday. But right now, it's overcast, and it's 58 on the early game.
Message Board Mayhem, sponsored by the Miles Agency. Call for a free quote today, 803-798-4600. The Early Game.
With Bill Gunter, Preston Thorne, and Shen Jensen.
Your home of the Gamecocks in Columbia. 107.5 The Game. Also heard on 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach. And 100.5 The Game in Florence.
8:21 as we roll along. Message board mayhem. Look, man, South Carolina, we're all disappointed, right? It's okay to be disappointed. Lamont Parrish just had an incredible season. I had a chance to talk with him. We cut up, and we will have him back here in studio in the next few weeks as he'll kind of remove himself from the season and decompress, and we'll get him in to cut up with him as we like to do. I told him Sunday, Preston, when I was over at the selection show, I said, we don't want to have you on during the season because that's not our style of interviewing. We don't need to know the intricacies from you of the 1-3-1 or why you're making these substitutions. We want to talk about other stuff. And so Coach Parrish will join us. And when I was over there on Sunday at home team with him and hanging out, he made the comment, hey, we want this to be regular. We want constant NCAA tournament appearance. We want people to be more, what he said, I think in an interview, more ho-hum about this. So I think we are all content with the season, and even though we're all a little disappointed, content with yesterday.
Yes.
You're never truly content with a loss, but you're kind of like, I got it.
It's fine.
It's not the way they feel in Lexington, Kentucky.
I would imagine not.
I have worked for J.C. Sherbert and thebigspur.com. There is a certain level of etiquette you have to have as a staff member, as a person who's covering the team. There is a level of honesty as well. Last night, on the Kentucky message board, Cat's Paws 247, Josh Edwards, who is a Kentucky homer. I've met him. He will tell you that Kentucky is the greatest thing. The University of Kentucky is the greatest thing.
That's how this works.
He does not understand how Mac Jones would ever decommit from Kentucky to go to Alabama, how any basketball player can choose any other school over Kentucky. Last night, the first one comes in from Cotton Boomer on the Cat's Paws message board mayhem. There's got to be a change. I'm so freaking over losing in the first round with Kentucky having one of the top recruiting classes each year. Being a great recruiter does not make you a great coach. There are 20-plus coaches in the NCAA that have no hamburger All-Americans on the team, yet they find a way to win in advance. I'm just not sure who the answer is.
I mean, we remember we found the answer earlier.
It's Brad Burnell.
We found it.
We got that covered.
Mm-hmm.
Kentucky.
All you got to do, if Brad Burnell wins the game, watch out.
Clemson, I'm preparing you accordingly. If Brad Burnell wins today and beats New Mexico at 3:10, Kentucky fans will be traveling down to Clemson to take Brad Burnell back to Lexington, Kentucky. The staff member, Josh Edwards, who is a Kentucky homer, normally the staff member goes, yeah, we'll see what happens, some kind of towing the line. The staff member for Cat's Paws 247, you'd think, but there should have been a change a year ago or the year before that. Instead, they gave him a lifetime contract. The game has passed John Calipari by years ago. Ooh. Credit to Oakland for always having an answer on the rare occasion Kentucky was able to put two baskets together.
There's 2 points to that. I've read that a lot of people are saying that about Cal and his offensive style.
It is.
That the game has moved past what he does. Second, who was Kentucky negotiating against by giving Cal a lifetime contract? Were there throngs and throngs of colleges that were going to take Cal? I would argue no, especially at that number. So, what are we doing? Why do these schools continuously get themselves in positions where nobody wants these people and they're like, we need to give them a lifetime contract?
$33 million. That's according last night to Seth Davis how much they would owe him. Another fan weighing in, UK man. He says this is Bill Belichickian minus multiple championships, a has-been who is hanging on for an over-bloated salary, grossly underachieving, and dragging down a storied institution. I'll never forgive Cal for the last 4 years of incompetence and utter failure. And for the record, this isn't personal. It's strictly business.
And I think it's very fair. I think it is very fair. As you said, one national championship, and not to boot with the one national championship, but these early dismissals by Oakland. Where is Oakland? I just found out this morning. I had a suspicion that it was not in Oakland, but I did not know exactly where it was. Not even exactly. I had no clue where it was. I just assumed that it wasn't Oakland, but they got beat by somebody who has no business beating them. None at all. By all your guys who make $4 billion, you should not be losing to Oakland.
this is according to Chris Fisher of Cats Balls 247. Kentucky has 7 of ESPN's top 50 draft prospects in the NCAA tournament.
Cool.
7. And this goes back to Cal's point. I don't know why we can't win, but I know that we're really good, and these guys are going to go make millions upon millions of dollars.
So let me get this right. Let me get this straight, Cal. You have all of the best talent. You have an institution that supports you, and you're still losing. I wonder what the missing part of that equation is, Cal. I don't know.
There's your message board mayhem for the day. I'm telling you, if you're a little depressed, if the rain's bringing you down, I told Austin this, my son, last night, and it's probably true. I said, because he was disappointed, 11-year-old, disappointed South Carolina lost.
Fair.
You know, he handled it better than Bill Gunner did at 11 years old. I probably handled it better than Bill Gunner did when Coppin State beat South Carolina. I'll just say that for him. But he was a little down. Went outside, shot basketball, came back in. He got into the Kentucky-Oakland game, and when Kentucky lost, I said, son, just imagine. There's an 11-year-old somewhere in the state of Kentucky. He's dressed in all blue today. His whole existence is built on Kentucky making a run because there are a few fan bases, Alabama football maybe, but there are a few fan bases who invest emotionally in a team like Kentucky in basketball. And I said, there's an 11-year-old there, probably has his face painted in blue, is sitting on his couch, and there are tears streaming down his face at another first-round exit by Big Blue Nation.
It's never too early for At Least We Ain't.
And that's where I was about to go with that.
It's never too early. Always can pull it out. Hey, Austin, at least we ain't Kentucky.
At least we ain't Kentucky. 803-404-6100. We will come back, talk a little bit more about the game. And again, some of y'all talking about expectations. I'll get Preston's thoughts on expectations moving forward for this basketball program. You're listening to The Early Game.
The Game Network.
The home of the Gamecocks. 107.5 The Game in Columbia. 100.5 The Game in Florence. 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach.
Also on the 107.5 The Game app and streaming live on The Game TV. Yes, that phone in your pocket or purse will keep you in touch with your family and friends. It will take great selfies of you on amazing adventures or just this morning's breakfast. And it's pretty good in case of an emergency. But the single most important function of your phone is the game.
But both defenses have been this year. What's so funny? The noise.
You can listen anywhere. Just go to iTunes or Google Play and download the Game app now.
Going to rain today, maybe for the next few days, but then it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be nice. It's going to warm up, and when you come home after a long day of work or after a long week of work and you're ready to relax, your backyard pool is going to be there. The question is it clean? Does it have pollen in it? You don't want pollen. Man, if you think that's annoying on your car, you should check out your pool. But guess what? The Corley Pool Solutions team, they're ready to help you. Contact them today to get maintenance lined up right now. 803-445-8109. Again, that's 803-445-8109. They have flat rate pricing, including all of the chemicals, and they're ready to make sure that their team comes out and takes care of you, whether it's Tracy, Ashley, Evan, or Miss Laurel. They'll be there to make sure that pool is clean. Call them today and get the maintenance lined up. You're going to want to use that pool in a few weeks. 803-445-8109. Again, flat rate pricing, including all of the chemicals. They are your team.
Thrilling online social casino that's free to play. Head on over to ChumbaCasino.com now to join in on the fun. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18+.
Plus text second title with proof. Credit call 866-243-4623 for detail. We interrupt this broadcast with an important news alert. There's a slasher on the loose. JT's Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is slashing prices. New Rams were $12,000 off, slashed to $14,000 off. New Jeeps were $10,000 off, slashed to $12,000 off. This just in. New Chargers and Challengers slashed $10,000 off. Now here's the weather. Whether or not your credit is cloudy, JT sees sunny days ahead. Nobody fights harder to get you approved. JT's Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, Greystone Boulevard and 378 Lexington. Jeep Celebration event.
You already know that Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union offers truly free checking and great rates on auto loans, but did you know they do mortgages too? Whether you need a first or second mortgage, a home equity line of credit, or a loan for construction, renovation, a lot, or a manufactured home, Palmetto Citizens has you covered. They're a community financial institution based solely here in the Midlands, so they offer a refreshingly simple mortgage process you won't get from the big banks or online lenders. Along with a great rate, the Palmetto Citizens mortgage team will work with you to tailor the loan to best fit your needs and budget. Apply for your mortgage today by visiting palmettocitizens.org or stopping by any of their 14 branches across the Midlands. Palmetto Citizens, proudly serving this community since 1936. Equal Housing Lender, NMLS ID number 449962. Approval based on credit worthiness. Certain restrictions may apply.
It's getting warm outside, and now's the time to have the wind in your face and your knees in the breeze on a new Honda motorcycle from Carolina Honda Powerhouse. Right now, you can get up to $1,000 in free accessories with the purchase of a new Honda Street Bike, Gold Wings, Rebel 500s, Rebel 1100s, Honda Fury, and more. This deal is exclusive at Carolina Honda Powerhouse and won't last long. Get up to $1,000 in free accessories on your new Honda Street Bike. Hurry in today. Take exit 70 off I-20 and turn by the Flying J, or visit CarolinaHonda.com.
The 89th running of the Carolina Cup Races presented by MUSC Health. March 30th in Camden, South Carolina. It's where spring begins. Make your plans now to attend this great Southern tradition for the best tailgating, entertainment, fashion, and fun for kids and adults of all ages. Gates open at 9 a.m., rain or shine. Come see fantastic thoroughbreds, jump the fences, and race to victory. Get your tickets now and plan to party with family and friends all day. Visit carolinacup.org for tickets and details. Don't miss it. Saturday, March 30th.
JT's Kia congratulating Denise Albert of Gaston and Justin Gavin from Columbia, who each won a new Kia. 2 more Kias will be given away Saturday, March 30th. We'd love to call your name, so register now at JT's Kia. Chillian or Greystone, no purchase necessary. JT's Kia Mania is back.
Hit us up on the Firehouse Subs text line, 803-404-6100.
Your home of the Gamecocks in Columbia, 107.5 The Game. Also heard on 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach and 100.5 The Game in Florence.
WIS-TV First Alert Traffic
is sponsored by Wetzel's Automotive in West Columbia. Wetzel'sAuto.com.
And taking a peek out on the highways this morning, still working the earlier tie-up I-26 westbound at exit 91. I-77 southbound right there at mile marker 4 just before the Alex Sanders Bridge. There's a disabled vehicle, so just be aware of that if you would. Oak Drive near Highway 1. Also, Whaley at Wayne Street, trying to get that cleaned up in downtown Columbia. We are going to see some scattered rain today, starting maybe after lunchtime is the guesstimate. But then we're looking for a high of 66, 68 tomorrow with an isolated shower. It all clears out by Sunday, though. It should be a nice Sunday. 66 for the high. It's 59 right now on the early game.
What you're talking about. Sponsored by Love Chevrolet.
On your home of the Gamecocks in Columbia, 107.5 The Game.
Also heard on 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach and 100.5 The Game in Florence.
.35 as we slowly wrap it up here a day after South Carolina's basketball season comes to an end. 87-73 Oregon finishes off the Gamecocks. A game that, again, Preston, South Carolina was in the thick of 34-29 at halftime. The Gamecocks actually led 20-14, and Oregon went on a big run there and was able to put the game away. Obviously, the big thing yesterday was the play of Jermaine Couisnard with 40 points. But again, this was a game that both of us felt at halftime, maybe South Carolina had them right where they wanted. The game was kind of in the muck. They had kind of slowed it down. The difference was South Carolina couldn't make a shot, and Oregon was making their shots. They were shooting 60%, but again, only up 5, and the announcers kept talking about that.
Yeah, they and if you remember, at one point they were winning in essentially every statistical category except points, which obviously that's what you want to be doing. But yeah, South Carolina, and we've seen this throughout different points in the season where they would go through these kind of a scoring droughts. Maybe they were standing around a little bit too more, relying on the three ball without driving and being aggressive, and that just sort of that caught up to them where they couldn't do that against Oregon.
South Carolina falls again, 87-73. Where do we put this season? Now it's over. Where do we put this season in terms of all-time Gamecock sports? This is going to be an interesting a question here, because when you ask that question, yesterday's loss is extremely disappointing. It doesn't cap off the season that South Carolina had, so that hurts it. But this is still an incredible turnaround and an incredible season.
Think about some of these different. I mean, we beat. Well, not as special now since everybody beats Kentucky, but
it's very true.
We beat Kentucky at home. We had the court storming. We had these away games that we won. We had last-minute wins, some devastating lows, losing at the last second. This season has been a really fun season to be a part of, and obviously expectations will change and there will be different things, but it was really cool to be on the front end of hopefully something that special will happen.
And that goes back to I believe it was around January 18th, our text from Joel stating, enjoy it.
Yes.
You don't know what you're going to get again now. Since that text, we have gotten an extension for Lamont Paris that I assume will lock him. But let's be honest, extensions
who knows, yeah.
and buyouts these days in college athletics with revenue.
We hope that we're not having any more conversations about Lamont for a while.
You will. If he wins, money is irrelevant.
It's true.
Money is
That's
irrelevant.
True. That's a good point.
The buyout. It's kind of like that James Coley thing with $450,000. Like there's not many schools who would pay that, but South Carolina got it and probably got the better end of that deal for James Coley. And you put the buyout. We still haven't seen. I haven't seen the actual number for Lamont Paris on the buyout. I would assume it's the majority of the majority of what South Carolina would owe him is probably what they turn on stuck to him. But if somebody wants your coach and he wants to go there, money all of a sudden is completely irrelevant now in the new age of college basketball. But that moves me to next season, and we don't know what they're going to be. All we know is what they are right now today, and that is now they are down 3 players, Talon Cooper, B.J. Mack, and Stephen Clark. But a couple of these text messages come in, and this was the one that I wanted to read. It says, expecting South Carolina to make the tourney next year is just as dangerous as expecting us to finish last in the SEC this year. We are losing 2 very important players at least, and we don't know who we are replacing them with yet. Expectations are like making the tourney next year is just how you start the clock on Lamont Paris in terms of how long he will be here. And that's from Elwood, who always sends in a lot of really good text messages. But I disagree with that.
It depends on how you view this year. Do you view this year as a Cinderella story blip on the radar, or do you build it as Lamont has continuously stated, and this is based on what he stated, as a setting of the foundation as we're building towards something? If it's just a blip, then maybe we'll go back to zero. But if it is the setting of a foundation, then maybe there should be some expectations.
Well, number one, if it's a blip, giving him that extension was an extremely stupid idea.
Correct.
Okay. But in my eyes, in my opinion, I see a guy who's returning a good roster. I see a guy who, quite frankly, I'm not sure that the talent on this team was an NCAA tournament team.
That's fair.
I'll tell you for certain this was the talent on this team was not a 26-win team. This was a great group of young men. This was a great coaching effort. As much basketball as I've watched, and I know that yesterday Lamont, there were some adjustments I know he'd probably like to have back and some changes. Lamont Paris is an extremely good X's and O's coach. He understands the game.
Well, he made the statement. You give me 75% of the talent, and I can get us to a W.
And I think how he wants to do things, it's more fun to talk about this. Last year, this time we're going, I don't know about that Paris guy. But what I've seen this year with a roster, again, if you're being dead honest about it, we just mentioned that thing about Kentucky and having 7 guys on the ESPN. 7 players on Kentucky's roster were in the ESPN top 50 players in the NBA draft. And South Carolina handled them with ease earlier this year. Tennessee had more talent. South Carolina went up there and got them. Arkansas, who was awful this year, probably had more talent. South Carolina had a good team. Was it as good as 13-5? I don't know. I really don't think so, but I put that on Lamont Paris, not just coaching these kids to success, but motivating them to success. And I think that's why, and Jen, let's play this again here. Let's play the clip yesterday because you can hear this. And Preston talked about it. This is Lamont Paris talking about how it hurts to lose. This is an emotional coach because of what he invested in this year and the bonds he had.
Caveat is emotional for Lamont.
I'll keep it as simple as I can. It hurts to lose, and it hurts more when it's the last game of the year, and it hurts the most when you're surrounded by a group of guys that is a really, really special group of individuals. So there's not a lot more to say than that. If we want to ask about the game, I'll answer some of those questions. But honestly, for me, that's so far down the list of things. But I understand that's what we're here for.
I do have to giggle a little bit because I'm glad he understands that what happened in the game does need to be some of the questions.
Yeah, we have to talk about that, but, all right, fine.
I do think there's going to come – yesterday was tough when it ends. There's going to come a moment, though, in the next 24 to 48 hours, he's going to be like, wait a minute. I'm losing some key pieces in B.J. Mack and Talon Cooper, and I'm losing a quality practice player in Stephen Clark. But I get a bunch of these guys back. I get Jacoby Wright, and I get should I get Michie Johnson, and I get Miles Stute back, and I can work with Josh Gray for another year, and a guy who said he loves to recruit, that's his chance to compete, and I think he showed it with the transfer. He's going to go. I think he's going to be like, man, it's not like you're losing. It's one thing if this was 7 seniors and they were all leaving, and you're starting brand new next year. He's not doing that.
He's not, but I will say this, and this maybe go to what Elwood says. Even if you're bringing the same people back, they're different people because they're a year older. Things have changed in their life.
They're going to be better to me.
Maybe. And that's why he talks about there being a special season and a special group because that's how chemistry on teams work. It can be the same people in the same locker room the next year, and you just add a little bit of a different piece, and the experience could change. And I think that's what he was probably hinting at is like, man, this year was so special because this group of guys just had something unique. Now, on paper, yes, they're bringing the same 3 guys back. But you really don't know how the chemistry is going to go, and that's why you're hesitant to release a group that was special to you when you finally finish with them.
803. I want to come back to that point real quick. Unfortunately, you went through it.
Yes,
and you can.
Yes.
And I'm going to get you to expound on that as we wrap.
Yes, that's a great point.
803-404-6100. He's Preston Thorne. I'm Bill Gunner. She is Jen Jensen. It's the early game.
The Game Network.
The home of the Gamecocks. 107.5 The Game in Columbia. 100.5 The Game in Florence. 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach.
Also on the 107.5 The Game app and streaming live on The Game TV. Powered by Integrated Media. The Game TV.
Sponsored by Shepherd's Glass. A true reflection of quality.
The Game TV.
This is former Science with the CBS Sports Minute. Tonight, number 12, James Madison squares off against number 5, Wisconsin in downtown Brooklyn. Despite this being a trendy upset pick, I'm taking the Dukes over the Badgers. Wisconsin lost 8 of the last 11 regular season games before reaching the Big Ten tournament final. Meantime, James Madison, they boast the nation's longest winning streak. I see it continuing for at least 2 more games. I'm former Science. CBS Sports Radio.
Enjoy all your favorite sports like never before at BetMGM. Sign up using code KOSTOS, K-O-S-T-O-S, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. When you register with BetMGM, you'll get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features, live betting options, and the best daily promotions in the business. And with BetMGM at your fingertips, every play and every game matter more than ever. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. This U.S. promotional offer not available in D.C., Mississippi, North Carolina, New York, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in the U.S. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY for New York. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP in Arizona. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. For West Virginia, visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net. First bet offer for new customers only, subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing. For nearly 30 years, Mid-State Roofing has been the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. It's their proven history, those 30 years, that is your assurance that their professionals will provide proper advice, service, and results to the needs of your facility. And they'll do it in a manner that's both safe and pleasing to you and your operation. So contact Mid-State Roofing today, 803-356-1919. Let them work with you to protect that roof with a maintenance contract. Again, that phone number to reach them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is 803-356-1919. You'll speak with an on-call technician after hours or a Mid-State Roofing staff member during hours. So again, call Mid-State Roofing today to line up a maintenance contract for your roof. 803-356-1919. Call Mid-State Roofing today and tell them you heard it with Bill Gunner. Bill Gunner for the Ecton Law Firm. I tell you what, our tax troubles weighing you down. Don't let the stress of tax and levies or liens hold you back any longer. Local attorney John Ecton and his team at the Ecton Law Firm, they're ready to help you. So give them a call today for a free consultation. 803-771-9800. You need to tell them you heard it here with Bill Gunner, but call them today and get a free consultation because the IRS, after a couple years of suspending levy notices, they are sending those things out in 2024. And if you've received one, you don't need the stress that comes along with it. You need to enjoy life. The Ecton Law Firm team understands the challenges you face, and they're ready to offer you the peace of mind you deserve. So call today for a free consultation. 803-771-9800. Again, that's 803-771-9800. Call the John Ecton Law Firm today. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you.
With Bill Gunter, former Gamecock Preston Thorne, and Jen Jensen.
Your home of the Gamecocks in Columbia. 107.5 The Game. Also heard on 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach and 100.5 The Game in Florence.
Reminder, 2 weeks from today, Preston Thorne, about this time, Preston will be hitting the ceremonial opening shot at the 107.5 The Game Spring Golf Tournament. Now, you do that by not warming up at all, no practice swings. You just get us all going, and on April 5th, out at Charwood, you will once again, lead us with the ceremonial opening tee shot.
Worm burner.
Worm burner. That is what he's picked. We'll get Preston some more vocabulary there for golf.
Hook.
Slice. Shank.
There we go. That's one I can agree on. I'll shank it.
Come on out and join us April the 5th. It is the Spring 107.5 The Game Golf Tournament at Charwood. $400 per foursome. We'll have a 10 a.m. shotgun start, but Preston, myself, Jen, will be out there broadcasting that morning. So will the rest of the 107.5 The Game crew. We'll have some incredible giveaways, baseball tickets, Carowinds tickets, concert tickets, a craft beer passport, and you know what? We've got you covered with food as well. How about this? For breakfast, onion sausage from Old Timey Meat Market. We'll have a mimosa bar from Saki's Wine and Spirits, and at lunch, Old Firehouse Subs. They'll be taking care of us with a great lunch as well. Get registered today. These spots are going quickly. 803-755-2000 is how you can call Charwood. Again, $400 per team. 10 a.m. shotgun start. So call out today and get registered. 803-755-2000 is how you can do that. Let's also right now give away a pair of tickets, Jen. 2 pairs of tickets. We'll take callers 3 and 4. This is for South Carolina baseball Tuesday evening, 6:30 start time. Again, next Tuesday against Presbyterian. So go ahead. We'll take callers 3 and 4. 803-404-6100 is how you can call in right now. Callers 3 and 4 will win a pair of tickets to Tuesday's game against Presbyterian. Start time 6:30 for that. Callers 3 and 4 win that. Wrapping it up here, we will still talk basketball next week because the season deserves more than just 3 hours of our attention. But you were talking about chemistry, and I go back to a comparison we made earlier of Talon Cooper to Phil Petty. And it's not that Corey Jenkins was an awful leader and didn't know how to do it, but you remember that change from 2002 to 2003 with the chemistry, and still a lot of really good players in that locker room.
Corey was a great leader. Corey was an awesome leader. He was a solid quarterback. He wasn't Phil. They did different things.
Right.
That year, coming off of the second Outback Bowl, we had all the same pieces in place. Everybody's coming back a year older. These guys are seniors. Man, this is the year we're ranked in the top 10. All these things were supposed to be happening that year. And through a combination of the players and the coaches, things were different, and we had an underwhelming, mediocre season. And it wasn't for lack of talent. We were probably even more talented than next year coming back. And it just didn't work because things were different in the locker room. From, I think, some of the players, a lot of maybe the seniors had their eyes set on the next level, what the NFL looked like. It was just a different year. And so, same players, a year better, a year more talented. I also think, obviously, we had, Lou Holtz at the time. He didn't coach us in the way that we need to be coached. He was still trying to coach the team that was coming from 0-11, and he was driving us very, very hard and being very tough on us. We didn't need that type of coaching at that time, and guys kind of just were tired of it, essentially. It was basically like, all right, man, we can't be coached like this anymore. So I say all that to say, yes, we hope that things going forward because of all these pieces coming back, but recreating a special season is very difficult.
And that's now where we head into the offseason. And again, there'll be some what I could say, a chance to reflect on it. It's still painful today. I don't know if the team traveled back last night or not. But
do you think Lamont watches the rest of the tournament or not at all? How do you think that plays out?
I think typically he would. I think that this one was a little emotional for him. I think this was a little emotional for him, and it's going to take him a few days. He's going to have to come home. It's going to rain. It's going to rain, and so therefore getting out and washing the car is
Lamont is the
difficult.
only person in Columbia who's just like, yes, pollen.
Yeah.
Get to wash my car every day.
Yeah. You will probably.
Hand.
Now, Sunday is supposed to be nice, so maybe Sunday you'll see him outside easing his mind and relaxing, maybe baking some mac and cheese for a nice He's got to get back into it, man. The portal is open. I mean, that's the thing about college basketball. The portal is open, and he's got to get right back into it now and be able to me, as I've said, he's got to go find a point guard. He has to go find an experienced point guard to run that team. That's the difference in making the NCAA tournament next year and being a bubble team or heading back to the NIT, which would be a letdown.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. So I guess you just got to, pull up the list and you try to figure out guys that are experienced, guys that want the opportunity, guys that, can come in and handle the opportunity that's in front of them. But it's exciting. What a better conversation than the one we were having last year.
We're wrapping it up today, and season's over, and I'm ready to see next season. I'm ready to fast forward to November 6th. I'm ready. See, my excitement and hype has moved. I'm now ready to give away my summer for basketball season. And it's been a long time since I felt like that.
Really quickly, as I stated before, shout out to the women at PC.
Yes.
You got a sham drawing. I really dislike this for y'all. I wish y'all could have went and traveled somewhere, didn't have to come back here. But congratulations for making it to the tournament. And, we
will talk more about the women's tournament next week after South Carolina rolls over PC today. 2 o'clock, by the way. I know I'll be heading. I'm going to watch. Now I can really sit back and watch. Happy birthday to Olivia Spencer, 23 years old. She is the bartender that will be serving Bloody Marys today at LJ's Bar and Grill, where I will be heading to enjoy the NCAA tournament. South Carolina's played Preston, and now's the chance to enjoy it. Hopefully you get a chance to enjoy it this weekend.
Yeah, I'm locked in. DJ Burns for president.
DJ Burns for president.
We need big boy ballers.
Happy birthday to Olivia. I will see everybody out and about this weekend and having fun. Hope you have fun, too.
Live from the Herndon Chevrolet Studios, this is 107.5 The Game.
A great selection of new Chevys is available now at Herndon Chevrolet. The lot is packed with inventory, and more is on the way. So shop your hometown Chevy dealer today.
Stop by or shop online today and see why Herndon Chevrolet makes you smile.
Bill Gunner for the men's clinic. You've heard me talking about turning 40 years old. Man, things start to change a little bit. We're not quite as youthful, as vibrant as we used to be. You can start to have issues with your sleep. You can have less energy. You might have issues with your hair. certain things of that nature, and you know what? You need a place you can go and talk about it. And Dr. Dan Balknight at the Men's Clinic, he understands. He's ready to help you. So contact him today and get a free testosterone test. That's right. Get a free, it might be just something as simple as free testosterone, low testosterone, low T. And with that, you can contact Dr. Dan Balknight today. With over 20 years of experience, he understands that you need a professional ready to help you. So schedule an appointment, 803-875-MENS. He does not have a blanket approach to it. He understands you're an individual and you need an individualized, tailored prescription or setup for you. So call today and schedule an appointment, 803-875-MENS.
Reeking throughout your home? Contact Mount Valley Foundation Services, the crawl space repair experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at fixmyfoundation.com.
Plus tax and title with approved credit. Call 888-320-6359 for details. It's the third week of JT's Kia Mania, and JT's going crazy.
Hey, this is Bill Gunner. Go to 1075thegame.com and click on Sweet Deals and get your craft beer passport.
$100 off. At JT's Kia, we also have no down payment and 0 payments for 6 months. JT also has 0% interest. With every new Kia, get a huge cashback check. Rush to Kia Mania, Greystone, or Killian. JT's Kia Mania is back.
Join the Lexington Medical Center Foundation on Saturday, April 20th at the Pastides Alumni Center for the McDaniels Golf Classic Gala. Featuring live and silent auctions, Capital City Catering, and live music by the Crystal Clear Band. Proceeds benefit the McDaniels Pucci Cancer Fund and support programs and services at Lexington Medical Cancer Center, from diagnosis to survivorship. Purchase your tickets today at McDanielsGolfClassic.com.
Worry less about spring cleaning and call Zerust Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Mention me, Bill Gunner, at 1075 The Game, and you'll get 3 rooms of carpet clean for $129 plus a free hallway. Book online at ZerustColumbia.com.
Got something to say?
Ring us up on the Love Chevy phone line. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer.
At 803-404-6100.
Your home of the Gamecocks. 1075 The Game.
The Amazon's rainforest is being cut down so fast that by 2030, 55% of it.
Back at I-26 going to be westbound. They'll be heading outbound at Columbia Avenue, exit 91, Chapin exit. Also 77 south just toward Alexander's Bridge, Oak Drive. At Augusta Road, Highway 1. And we have Whaley Street at Wayne Street in downtown Columbia. Now, your rain is going to move in really heavy, and by this afternoon, 4 o'clock, we start really seeing it coming. And then by 5 o'clock, 85% chance of rain. 6 p.m., 88% chance of rain, 83% for 7. 8 p.m., 93% chance of rain.
WNKT FM, Eastover, Columbia.
This is Gamecock Athletics Director Ray Tanner, and you're listening to 1075 The Game,
a Cumulus media station. The extra point, the extra point, the extra point, the extra point.
With Tyler Head and Gamecock Central on your home of the Gamecocks. In Columbia, 1075 The Game. Also heard on 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach.
And 100.5 The Game in Florence.
9 o'clock on your Friday morning. Welcome in. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head along with you. Well, no sense in burying the lead. Yesterday sucked. If you're a South Carolina basketball fan, there's no two ways about it. A lot of hope and optimism going into yesterday. And look, we broke the game down 6 ways from Sunday, and there were certainly concerns when you look across at Oregon and ways that we thought that they could best South Carolina, and they certainly did. We saw blueprints for how South Carolina could win. Unfortunately, they did not do all those things to check all those boxes, and they end up losing 87-73, putting an end to what has been a very fun season. And we'll get into looking back and reflecting and all that kind of stuff, plenty not only today But as the days and weeks go by, because this isn't a season that you shouldn't look at as a failure by any means, regardless of when you got bounced in the NCAA tournament. Unfortunately, it does end up happening, in the first game. Yesterday was kind of one of those situations. The classic saying of sometimes you're the windshield and sometimes you're the bug. You ended up being the bug, unfortunately, yesterday. You ran into a team that caught fire at the end of really just in the Pac-12 tournament. They lost a lot their last couple of games in the regular season, turned it on in the Pac-12 tournament, run through there, beat some really good teams en route to winning the final Pac-12 championship to get themselves in the NCAA tournament. And you don't always know if teams are going to be able to carry that same momentum over into the NCAA tournament, because there's the days off and there's the travel and all that kind of stuff. And it's not like you're coming off and playing a game, 2 days after or something like that. So you never really know what's going to happen. But unfortunately for South Carolina, Oregon's momentum continued into yesterday. And, it was one of those games where we knew South Carolina had the ability to hang with them and the ability to win the game in a certain way, and they just weren't able to do that. It was one that you got started slow out of the gate, which is understandable. Defense was good early, forcing turnovers. Unfortunately, South Carolina, and this was a theme for the game, just was not able to capitalize on those turnovers and, getting points off of them. South Carolina finally starts to score a little bit, and then it's back and forth, nip and tuck through a lot of the first 12-ish minutes of the first half. The killer came with 8:22 left in the first half. South Carolina, Michi Johnson hits a three for South Carolina, and I'm a big fan of Josh Pate. I've had him on here before. He does the Late Kick podcast, talks all about college football. On his podcast, he often brings up things when talking about games that he likes to call a padlock stat, like the definitive stat of the game that can tell you the story of how it went. And for me, a padlock stat from this game would have to be going 8.5 minutes without scoring a field goal against a team that's shooting 60% from the floor. Typically, if that kind of thing happens, you're probably not going to win the game. That being said, though, credit where it's due to South Carolina, because despite the fact that they didn't make any field goals for almost the entire last 8.5 minutes of the first half, got a couple free throws in there, and then you had Talon Cooper hitting the miracle buzzer beater shot at the end of the half, you still only went into halftime down 5 points. It should have been a much bigger margin than that. And credit to the defense in regards to that for keeping them in it, because that could have gotten a whole lot more out of hand. Fortunately for them, it didn't, at least in the first half. But, I mean, you want to talk about feeling somewhat optimistic at halftime, like, hey, it could be a whole lot worse. Unfortunately, it got worse in the second half. And credit to South Carolina's offense in the second half, because they were exceptionally better shooting from the floor, because in the first half, South Carolina was 32% from the field. In the second half, they jumped that up to 57%. The only problem was Oregon was even better at 58% in the second half, to go with their 60% in the first half. Again, sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. Unfortunately, South Carolina just happened to be the bug yesterday. We talked about the 2-3 zone when it came to Oregon, that's something that they had used at times during the regular season, but really started throwing it in there in the Pac-12 tournament, and it proved to be beneficial. And as you would expect, they were going to end up using that in some form yesterday, which they absolutely did. And South Carolina really struggled with that through a lot of the game, especially in the first half, trying to figure out how to get through, get through and make things happen with them running that kind of defense. And again, Oregon just had an answer for everything. They ended up owning the paint in the game, which we knew that was going to be a big key coming in, especially with N'Faly Dante and his ability to just camp out under the rim. They won points in the paint 30-22. He got his. Colin Murray-Boyles struggled. Again, we knew that was a big factor in the game. But what we didn't foresee coming, Jermaine Couisnard, the former South Carolina Gamecock, which, look, there's your storyline baked into the game. That's interesting, and we knew they were going to talk about it. I don't agree with them trying to paint this as if he was playing some kind of revenge card against South Carolina. He transferred after his coach got fired. I mean, that happens everywhere. I don't think he had some vendetta against South Carolina like, ooh, I really want to get them back. It's just, ironic that he has a career day against what was his former team. But, they talk about it. I mean, he still texted with some of the guys that he was teammates with and all that kind of stuff. Like, no ill will, and he even said it after the game. He doesn't hate South Carolina or anything like that. He just happened to have his best game against them. And that's what can happen in the NCAA tournament. Sometimes you just run into that guy. Sometimes you just run into that guy that is having the game of his life, which is exactly what Jermaine Couisnard had yesterday. And when we talked about him coming into this matchup, we knew he attempts more three-pointers than anybody else on Oregon's team. But his consistency from three, not that great. Right around a little over 30% from three this season. Right around a little under 40% from the field. He goes out there yesterday and scores, of course, his 40 points, 63% from the field, 55% from three. If his production is on par with what it normally is, so essentially cutting both those numbers almost in half, this is a close ball game at the end. But he goes out there and has the game of his life, and that ends up being the difference. And it's one of those things like, it just happens. Again, this is a guy that from South Carolina's game plan knew was going to chuck up a lot of shots, and he did. And statistically speaking, most of the time those shots don't fall, and they did yesterday. I mean, it just happens. That's the NCAA tournament. We see things like that happen quite a bit. And unfortunately, it happened against your team. And obviously, that is the big story, coming away from the game. And South Carolina just didn't have anything for him. I mean, you hate to write it off as that, but it's just one of those games. And he just literally set the Oregon NCAA tournament record for most points scored. And they were tracking that as the game goes along, kept flashing up that graphic, and shattered that record to a million pieces. His family was there. His grandma hadn't seen him play in years, and there was a whole lot there, obviously. And look, tip your cap to him. Great game by Jermaine Couisnard. And I'm legitimately interested in watching Oregon going forward to see if he replicates this success or if it was just a one-game hot streak. It would be, a little more, I guess, easier to swallow if he goes out there and just has another similar type of game in their next round matchup against Creighton. And, if they keep winning, continues to play like this, because you would hate for this to just be a one game thing where he just went out there and exploded and then was never able to replicate it again. So we'll see what happens tomorrow with them and Creighton in the round of 32. We talked about N'Faly Dante as kind of the focal point coming into this game. And obviously Jermaine Couisnard ends up taking a lot of the spotlight, and rightfully so. N'Faly Dante ended up having a great game himself, 23 points, 7-9 from the field. Never really left the court, as we talked about, and this is due to the fact that Oregon's dealt with a lot of injuries, that he's had to stay on the court for 36 minutes yesterday out of 40 in the game. And he of course missed pretty much all of the non-conference play with the knee problem himself, and he was, every time he got knocked down, he was slow to get up. So he's obviously dealing with the effects of some injuries still, but he goes out there, plays a great game. And again, from the size standpoint, he's 6'11". He's got the height advantage over Colin Murray-Boyles. And that just matchup was not, unfortunately, going to go the way of CMB, and it didn't. He struggled a lot yesterday, and apparently he was feeling a little bit under the weather, feeling a little bit sick, so that certainly could have played a factor in it too. But N'Faly Dante, an amazing player, former 5-star, first team, all Pac-12. And he went out there and certainly looked like it yesterday. So, again, it's just unfortunate, and you hate it. You hate being bounced out of the tournament, this early. But when you have the superstar players on the other team doing what they did, you're going to be hard-pressed to win those games sometimes, especially when we're talking about, we kind of focused on 3 players with Oregon because the main 3 cogs in what they do is N'Faly Dante, Jermaine Couisnard, and Jackson Shelstead. And those 3 guys yesterday combined for 74 of their 87 points. Specifically, Couisnard and Dante combined for 63. And again, when your best players are combining for that many points, it can be hard-pressed to beat that kind of team. And, of course, we talk about Dana Altman and how great of a coach he is as he now moves to 8-0 in first-round games in the NCAA tournament in his time at Oregon. Again, it's just a matchup that South Carolina was unable to get the better hand in. And even when the offense started playing better in the second half, couldn't slow down Oregon. They were hitting everything from the parking lot, it seemed like. And unfortunately, that spells an end for the season for South Carolina. We'll get some reaction from Coach Paris. I want to get your reaction, too. Hit us up on the phone lines as well as the text line, 803-404-6100, if you want to react to it. To not only yesterday's game, the season as a whole, give your thoughts and reflections if you think this season was a success or a failure, depending on what happened yesterday. I'm interested to hear your opinions as well. So we'll get your reactions as the morning goes along. But again, we'll hit some Coach Paris audio as well coming up next. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head along with you on your Friday morning. Captain Dave producing on the other side of the glass as we react to what happened yesterday with South Carolina falling to Oregon in the first round of the NCAA tournament, 87-73. More coming up here on the Extra Point. We had a fantastic time yesterday out at Twin Peaks down in the Vista. We had such a great time. We're going to be out there again this afternoon. Myself, Terry Ford, Jay Phillips also going to be coming by as we're going to do a combined halftime and post-game show broadcasting live from Twin Peaks, celebrating the second day of the tournament today. So come out and see us, grab some lunch and ice cold beer at 29 degrees. It actually got under 29 degrees yesterday. It was like 28.4. Some nice cold beer, some delicious food. I had some lemon pepper wings yesterday watching the games where we were out there. It was absolutely fantastic. Great time out there at Twin Peaks. And again, come by and see us. Today we'll be getting you set for the women's game coming up later on this afternoon. The tips off at 2 o'clock. And then after the game, we'll also have the post-game show recapping what happened, taking you up until 6 o'clock. So it'll be a fun time. Again, come by and see us at Twin Peaks in the Vista starting at noon today.
going to be an NCAA record for points allowed to one individual by an opponent. Larry Keenan of Memphis State had the record against South Carolina when he scored 34 back in 1973. But former Gamecock Jermaine Couisnard has gone for 40, and the Oregon Ducks have defeated South Carolina here in the first round of the NCAA tournament by a final score of 87-73.
Welcome back in. It's the Extra Point Tyler Head with you on this Friday morning, reacting to South Carolina getting bounced out of the NCAA tournament yesterday. That was obviously Derek Scott on the call on the Gamecocks radio network, and as if Jermaine Couisnard didn't need it anymore. Things to add to a feather to his cap. Being the highest scoring player against South Carolina in the NCAA tournament, just another thing to add to the resume for the former Gamecock who went for 40 yesterday against South Carolina up there in Pittsburgh. It's absolutely a bitter pill to swallow. There was optimism, obviously, and we, again, saw a path, and South Carolina was the higher seed. There was a 6, which, funny enough, all 6 seeds ended up losing yesterday, so hopefully that trend continues today with Clemson losing to New Mexico, but we'll get to that a little bit later on. But, we saw a path for South Carolina to be able to win this game, and unfortunately they weren't able to do it. And Coach Paris, after the game, basically gave the sentiments of what we all felt. It hurts to lose.
Well, I'll keep it as simple as I can. It hurts to lose, and it hurts more when it's the last game of the year, and it hurts the most when you're surrounded by a group of guys that is a really, really special group of individuals. So there's not a lot more to say than that. If we want to ask about the game, I'll answer some of those questions. But honestly, for me, that's it's so far down the list of things. But I understand that's what we're here for.
And, was this a team in South Carolina that people saw making a run to the Final Four? Probably not. Maybe you had them doing that in your bracket. I don't know. But, this was a team that we saw the potential to maybe win a game or two in the NCAA tournament. And I feel like you'd walk away from that saying, okay, well, you had a great regular season, won a couple games in the tournament, fantastic, feeling good about that. And, we're obviously going to be able to reflect well on this entire season as a whole. It's hard to do that right now when we're, 13 hours removed, or not 13 hours, like 15 hours removed from, the loss yesterday. But as the days go by, as a little bit of time goes by, I think, the pain of this loss is going to diminish a little bit. It still sucks, still going to hurt, but, you'll be able to, I think, look at the season as a whole a little bit more easily and have a better appreciation for it in hindsight. Because, and we implored all of you to try and enjoy it in the moment while it was happening, because it was a special run. And, of course, exceeding all the expectations that people had at the beginning of the season. We've talked plenty of times about them being picked dead last in the SEC, and they certainly blew those expectations out of the water. So I think we're all going to look back on this season, regardless of how it ended, as the start of something really, really good for this men's basketball program. And we'll go cut number 10 here, Dave. You saw a foundation get built, and that's something that Coach Paris talked about a lot, using the analogy of building a house. And you can't have a good house without a good foundation, and we've seen that already be put in place here at South Carolina.
Well, I mean, to replicate the most wins in school history, that'll be difficult. We could be significantly better next year and have a worse record. That's the reality of it. So that's why you're always trying to identify the means by which you will gauge success. And it's not just what the record is. Certainly, ultimately, we'd like to be playing back in this tournament again and put ourselves in position to do that. I think that's the real challenge. I mean, it's a real challenge. If you look, I don't think I'm making anything up, but I think we had 9 NCAA tournament appearances in school history before this. So doing it with a level of consistency has been a challenge. and that will be a challenge for us too. But I'll tell you, from a foundation standpoint, on paper, this is 2024. So, we'll see what happens at the end of the season. But on paper, I mean, I really like what our foundation looks like, and I think more importantly than what those individuals are as basketball players, the culture that we have developed, the way in which we work, the way in which we interact, the way in which we respond to coaching, all that stuff that stuff could not be in a better place. And so I'm extremely optimistic. That's why I decided to come back. I love it at South Carolina. I love our guys. I love the people I'm around. I love the other coaches. I love who I work with. And there was a lot of speculation about a lot of other things that were out there. And so it's no accident that I ended up right back where I am. And it hopefully displays the level of belief that I have in not only what we're doing as a staff, but just in who we're around every day and what I believe that looks like moving forward.
And there's certainly no doubt that South Carolina is ahead of schedule. I was hopeful that they were going to find their way somewhere around the middle of the SEC, 7, 8, something like that, which would be a sizable jump from where they were a season ago, and they completely blew my expectations out of the water. Good programs build off a season like this. This is the starting point. This is where, hey, you made the tournament this year. Next year, you're looking at being in the mix for the top dog in the SEC once again and maybe getting into the second round or the third round or something along those lines. So, again, this is a starting off point for programs that end up being good over a long period of time. South Carolina did the most important thing, and Coach Paris, mentioned it right there. You locked Coach Paris in. He's going to be around for the foreseeable future. You paid him the money that he's worth. And, that distraction that could have been coming this offseason was dealt with before the season even ended. You did it in the SEC tournament, and you sent a message to the rest of the conference. We have our guy. This is our coach. We believe in him. We think he's going to bring this team and this program to great heights and great success for years to come, and that's why we're locking him in through the next, 5-6 years, whatever the deal was. Last week. You do have questions this offseason. You do have some important pieces that you're going to have to replace. B.J. Mack, Talon Cooper, Stephen Clark, who obviously was a starter at the beginning of the season. Those guys are gone. We expect Meechie Johnson to be back, Miles Stute, and again, in today's era of the transfer portal, you never know, especially with the transfer restrictions being eased even more thanks to lawsuits with the NCAA. Colin Murray-Boyles has said that he is coming back, so that's fantastic. He's obviously, showed out in his freshman year and looked like the player he was built to be, and he's only going to get better as time goes on. You're probably going to want to go out there and find a point guard like Talon Cooper, somewhere out in the transfer portal, a veteran guy to be that point man on your offense, as we saw how vital that was and how big of a role he played on this team throughout the entire season. And certainly sad to see him go, but hopefully you can go out there and, go out there and find somebody similar to him in the portal this offseason. And here's the thing. Once you've accomplished what Carolina's been able to do this year, you're going to have expectations placed on you next year. Nobody's going to be picking you last in the SEC, which is now going to jump to 16 teams, Texas and Oklahoma going in. I guarantee you nobody's going to put South Carolina at 15 or 16. They're going to expect them at minimum to be in that top half of the SEC. And now, because we've talked so much about this team playing with that chip on its shoulder this entire season of going out there and proving people wrong and saying, hey, we belong, we deserve respect and all this kind of stuff, you're going to get respect next year. How do you respond to having those expectations put on your shoulder is going to be the interesting thing to see for sure. And hopefully they can keep it going. But we have an entire offseason to focus on that and talk about that. But we'll continue to reflect on what happened yesterday and this past season as well. Our guy Jack Veltri from Gamecock Central going to be calling in the next segment here. We'll get his thoughts as he was up there in Pittsburgh to witness everything going down. A reminder coming up today, women's team gets their tournament action started. Taking on Presbyterian. Tip-off is at 2 o'clock over at Colonial Life Arena. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 1:30 right here on the game. And we'll see if South Carolina can indeed go and get themselves back to the national championship. That starts today with that game against Presbyterian. Again, Jack Veltri from Gamecock Central coming up next right here on the Extra Point on the Game. Welcome back in. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head with you on this Friday morning, continuing to react to what went down yesterday between South Carolina and Oregon with the Ducks getting the better of the Gamecocks, 87-73. It's funny to think about. That's probably one of the more unique mascot matchups in all of college sports in general. I believe that's the first time they've ever played in basketball there with, again, the Ducks getting the 87-73 win. Our guy Jack Veltri of Gamecock Central was in attendance yesterday up there in Pittsburgh to see all this go down. Jack, obviously a tough one to swallow, but sometimes you just run into a team that's red hot. And, I mean, Oregon and Jermaine Couisnard were the definition of red hot yesterday.
Yeah, they played really good yesterday, and it started with him and N'Faly Dante. I mean, what can you say more about those two? They were just incredible out there, and Jermaine Couisnard specifically, 40 points on his old team. I mean, that's one of the better, I guess, I don't know what you call it, redemption games, something like that. But yeah, it's just got to be capped. Oregon played a lot better yesterday.
Yeah, so unfortunately South Carolina's season does come to an end. And give credit where it's due. The offense played a whole lot better in the second half, shooting about 57% from the field. But it was one of those things that, Talon Cooper would go down there and hit a three, and then Couisnard would go the other end of the court and nail one himself. So it was almost kind of counterintuitive at times, despite how good South Carolina was on offense. Was there a point in the second half where you just knew that South Carolina was not going to be able to overcome the deficit and win the game?
It was I want to say 15 minutes left in the second half. I think Oregon had just gone up by 10. And then I don't know who lobbed it up, but there was a lob to Dante over the basket really high. And he just slammed it in. Two hands, crowd went insane. And I was just like, yeah, they could try, but they're not making a comeback. So anytime South Carolina came close, it was just with Jermaine Couisnard as well. I mean, South Carolina cut the lead down to 11 and 10 later on, and as soon as they did that, Jermaine Couisnard bang. It was hard to stop those guys.
Again, talking to our guy, Jack Belcher from Gamecock Central, was up there in Pittsburgh yesterday watching that first-round matchup between South Carolina and Oregon. And, Jack, I've had you on this program every single week during basketball season. You've obviously followed this team very closely. You're in the press conferences. You're around this team at practice and talking to the players, talking to the coaches. This is a special group of players, and it was a very special season. I know it obviously sucks right now. We're reacting to the loss the day after, but we're going to look back and remember how special of a season this was. Having been around these players and this team in general, can you speak to the bond that this group has had and the way they were able to gel with each other this year?
They're tight, man. They're tight, and it really was. I haven't had the opportunity to be in one of these situations where the season ends and it's like you got to talk to these guys one-on-one after, and it's the details of the job that they don't tell you about. It's a tough part of it. I'm trying to ask them questions after they just lost, but they when talking about the season in general, it's just they had a lot of good things to say, and this team was really close, and it sucks that they had to lose at some point, but it was. There's only one team that's going to be able to go out on top this year, and it won't be South Carolina. But I think they surpassed all expectations this year. They've got a bright future ahead. Sure, you're going to be losing guys like B.J. Mack and Talon Cooper, but the good news is you can go out and get new guys to kind of fill those voids. So I think the future of South Carolina basketball is in a very good spot right now.
I mentioned this earlier. South Carolina is certainly not going to be picked dead last in the SEC going into next season. Where do you think the bar of expectation is going to be set for this team going into Lamont Paris's third year?
I think NCAA tournament is realistic. However, I can just see right now that South Carolina the expectations are gonna get too high, and I don't know if that's from the fan base or the media or what, but I feel like the expectations are going to be more higher than they should be next year, and that can either be a good thing or a bad thing. I think for South Carolina, if they don't live up to those expectations next year, it's so far from now. But if they don't live up to those expectations, then it's like, what happens next? I mean, the thing that I look at, and I'm not trying to make a comparison here, but when you look at when South Carolina made the Final Four in 2017, they never made it back to the NCAA tournament after that under Frank Martin. So I'm not saying Lamont Paris is Frank Martin. Don't take that as what I'm saying here. But with South Carolina, you got a lot of momentum right now. You have got to build off of it, and this can be something where you're back in the NCAA tournament year after year. Again, the SEC, I think, is one of the toughest conferences in college basketball, and I don't think this 26-8 season was a fluke by any stretch, but I think you really have to make sure that this is something that you can sustain long term.
Speaking of Coach Paris, obviously South Carolina locks him in for long term. Last week with the contract extension, exceeded everybody's expectations this year. What's the perception of him going into this next year?
I asked a lot of the players kind of what they learned from him and just what they think of the long-term future under him. And I think guys like Talon Cooper specifically had some good answers that, the future is really bright under him. I think they all have confidence in what Lamont's going to do, and I think they know that he's got the right system in place to go out there and make things happen. And I think specifically he has the perfect system in place for when he has to go out there in the transfer portal and get some guys, he can go out there and try to get, big superstars and stuff, but maybe it's not the best idea. I mean, he's going to go out there and get guys that fit his system, fit the roles that he has in place. And I think, a lot of defensive guys that can shoot. I think he's going to go out there and get the guys that fit what South Carolina does best, and it's going to continue to work. And as long as he does that, I think it's going to work out well. Now, I'm sure there's going to be teams and other coaches out there that try to, catch on to what Lamont's doing. But as long as he keeps making adjustments and tweaking what he's doing and doesn't come out the same year after year, I think it's going to work out for him.
Again, talking to Jack Felcher from Gamecock Central, what, if anything, is your one big takeaway from this season?
I think there's so many ways to go with that question, Tyler. I have one takeaway from the season. It's, South Carolina is, I don't know, I'd say probably just don't count this team out. I think they love that disrespect factor. And, look, they were counted out in this game with Oregon. And, maybe rightfully so because Oregon's been on a tear lately. But when you look at this entire season in general, no one, it's the same story that everyone talks about. No one expected this team to do anything. Picked dead last in the SEC in the preseason, counted out so many times. No one thought they were going to go into Knoxville and win that game. No one thought they were going to beat Kentucky at home. Well, here they are winning all these games, and they had a few bad losses on the schedule, but in the whole bigger picture of everything, I think they really just surprised a lot of people. And look, they were one of the better stories in college basketball this year. Now, next year's a different story. Next year's going to be, okay, can they do it again? It's going to be interesting to see if they can. I think, they're not going to be the darlings of college basketball after this year. They're going to really have to work hard to make sure that, okay, let's prove to everyone that we're not a fluke. And I think that's something that they can use as a chip on their shoulder again, which in my opinion is where they thrive the most.
Last one for you here. We've got about 60 seconds. How wild was it to be there last night for Oakland and Kentucky?
Oh, my gosh. I'm so happy I stayed. Shout out to Jordan Kay from the state, one of my friends for, making sure that we stayed. Because I was thinking about leaving. He's like, nah, man, stay. I'm like, okay. So that was wild, man. I think just Oakland, Jack Golke, he is insane. I think Jack Golke versus DJ Burns on Saturday with NC State versus Oakland's going to be crazy. And, Kentucky, I don't know what it is. It's just every year. I'm not a fan of John Calipari walking off the court first and just leaving real quick. But, I think Kentucky's got a lot of things to figure out. And that's my first time being at a March Madness game as a college basketball fan in person. So what a better game. No better game to be at, in my opinion.
For sure. We appreciate your time again today. Get some rest. I know it's been a busy couple days for you guys.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for everything this season. Really appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Jack Felcher from Gamecock Central. We'll come back and wrap up today's hour number 1, of the Extra Point. Get some of your thoughts from the text line coming up here on The Game. Welcome back in. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head with you, wrapping up hour number one. Intern Joe from Gamecock Central going to hop in here with me for hour number two. He was in Nashville last week, wasn't able to join us, but back for his usual Friday sit-ins starting today. I want to remind you, speaking of Fridays, coming up in a couple of Fridays, be Final Four weekend, have the 107.5 Game Spring Golf Tournament taking place April the 5th at Charwood Golf Club. If you want to take part, it is $400 for a foursome, $200 for a pair. 10 a.m. shotgun start. Going to be giving away a lot of stuff, including baseball tickets, Carowinds tickets, concert tickets, craft beer passports, and much, much more. If you want to take part, give Charwood a call, 803-755-2000. Again, give Charwood Golf Club a call at 803-755-2000 to take part in the 107.5 The Game Spring Golf Tournament. Do have some breaking news on the baseball front. Of course, South Carolina getting set for its home SEC opener series this weekend against Vanderbilt. Going to have to wait until tomorrow to get that rolling, though. Unfortunately, a lot of rain going to be pushing through Columbia later on this afternoon. So tonight's game against Vanderbilt has officially been postponed to tomorrow afternoon. They will play a doubleheader. First game is going to start at 1 o'clock. There'll be an hour break between games, then they'll play the second game. So a lot of baseball going on at Founders Park tomorrow. This from GamecocksOnline.com. Ticket holders for tonight's game number one of the series, will be able to sit in their seats for the 1 o'clock game tomorrow. And when the game concludes, you'll be able to move to the Corner Pantry berm and the surrounding areas for the second game of the doubleheader. And if you have tickets for tomorrow's game, which will be game number 2 of the series, you can spend game number 1 in the berm area and then move to your seats when the second game begins. So a lot of baseball going to be played tomorrow out at Founders Park. In fact, looking at the forecast here, I believe we have a lot of rain actually coming through tomorrow as well. So further delays could be on the cards, but for right now, tonight's game has officially been postponed to tomorrow afternoon. Of course, we'll have all coverage for you right here on the game. Do want to get some reactions from you guys on the text line. Again, 803-404-6100. Another Tyler weighing in, saying, I'm so proud of this team's season, but still just sick over yesterday and how it happened with Jermaine Couisnard. Do you think Frank Martin enjoyed it? I don't know about that. It does suck from the standpoint of seeing a former player of yours go out there and have that kind of success, especially having a career day like that. Like, it's one thing if he just has a really good game, but to literally score more points than he ever has in his college career and score more points than any opponent has against South Carolina in the history of their time in the NCAA tournament, that's a tough pill to swallow. And look, if he's here at South Carolina and decides to stay for the Lamont Paris era, who knows what happens, and if he's that successful of a player, there's just so many what ifs with that kind of thing. But it is a tough pill to swallow, when you're talking about seeing that guy that used to be in your uniform on the other side, and being a part of ultimately eliminating you from the NCAA tournament as the one and done. And again, it'll be easier to look back with the days and weeks that go by on this season as a whole. But, right now, obviously sucks reacting to it a day after. Nameless text weighs in and says, I'm very disappointed in the one and done, but not disappointed in the men's team itself. I don't think we got great seeding, and I think lots of refs have double standards in terms of foul calling. Regardless, great season, and looking forward to next year. I will say, I think a lot of us were surprised with them getting a 6 seed as opposed to a 5. We talked about this last week when they were in the SEC tournament, that we felt after beating Arkansas and looking at Lenardi's bracketology and all that kind of stuff, it seemed like South Carolina had done enough to earn themselves a 5 seed. And maybe it was just the way that you lost to Auburn knocked you down a peg. Now, again, who you would have drawn in a 5-12 matchup, who knows? Maybe you would have gotten Grand Canyon again or something like that. But, that is something with the NCAA tournament, is you got to play the teams that are put in front of you, regardless of if you're a number 1 seed or 16 seed. If you want to win the whole thing, which is everybody's goal going into it, you do have to beat everyone at some point, seemingly. Oregon's a team that, again, Matt, is very similar to South Carolina in a lot of ways, and they just happen to catch a lot of fire at the very end of the season. were able to roll that into winning the Pac-12 tournament, and unfortunately for South Carolina, rolled that momentum right into yesterday as well. So, but I agree with you. Great season overall. Looking forward to next year, and I don't think this is a flash in the pan or a fluke by any means, and this is just the starting point of what is hopefully a very, very long and successful tenure with Lamont Paris being the head coach, and just a fun team to watch. Again, I've said this before. I went to the University of Georgia. Georgia basketball has never given me anything to really care too much about over the years. So getting to invest in this team and to follow it week by week and game by game this season has truly been the biggest thrill I've ever had as a college basketball fan. And hopefully that is going to be much the same coming up next year and the years going forward as well. That'll do it for hour number 1. Coming up in hour number 2, intern Joe from Gamecock Central going to be hanging out with me. We'll get his reaction to what happened yesterday and some other things going on in the world of sports as well. It's the Extra Point here in the game. 10 o'clock, welcome back in. Hour number 2, it is the Extra Point here on the game. Tyler Head along with you. Intern Joe back in here with me on this Friday. You skipped last week because you're up there in Nashville.
Yeah.
How was Nash Vegas, by the way?
Nash Vegas was crazy. I love that city. First time, and I'm certainly impressed. Would love to go back sometime soon.
Were there any distraught bachelor parties?
No, not necessarily. I mean, we obviously did the Broadway thing, and that was fun,
Sure.
and dandy. But yeah, nothing that I could remember.
Nothing better than that time they had the NFL draft there.
Yeah.
And the viral video of I can't believe you didn't check the schedule of what was happening in Nashville before you went there. Like, that's on you. Come on, girl.
Yeah, absolutely. So, there was the SEC tournament, and there were tons of SEC folks out, and it was good to see. But yeah, nothing crazy.
Well, speaking of crazy, yesterday, obviously South Carolina ends up falling to Oregon at 87-73. And look, I dove into all the specifics of this game in the last hour, and sometimes you just run into a hot team. Oregon was the definition of hot. Jermaine Couisnard had the game of his life. It obviously sucks him being a former Gamecock, but especially in the second half, South Carolina's offense was on par with what they were doing, but you just couldn't close that gap.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunate Couisnard got hot when he did, and then the defense just couldn't get stops at the right time. Oregon, did to South Carolina what they're so famously, have done to teams. They kind of just put the offense in neutral and force stops on the defensive end. And so when you're South Carolina trying to chase the lead with the offense that you were playing, trying to spread the ball around, and also, I mean, we saw Oregon's paint presence. It was really giving us fits, in the paint. So, I mean, when South Carolina, what they were trying to do, spread the ball out, Oregon did a great job of getting in the passing lanes, which generated, points on the other end. And when the bigs can get stops, it's just a quick out to your guards and you're running.
Well, and that's, the thing that we talked about in previewing the game. We knew that Oregon was going to be probably the more dominant team in the paint because N'Faly Dante, 6'11", and he camps out over the paint and, doesn't really let anybody else, get down there and do much. And Colin Murray-Boyles obviously struggled going against him. But, a guy like Couisnard has been so hit or miss this season. When you look at his numbers, he's around 30% shooting from the field, about the same number from a little bit better from 3 on the season. And he just goes out there and shatters all those numbers for his performances yesterday. So, again, for the game plan that South Carolina had coming in, you don't expect him to play that well. If he is around his average numbers this season, this is a tight ball game.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, you mentioned what they did with the bigs. Oregon just looked at what Auburn did to South Carolina in that game in the SEC tournament. It's like, oh, we have those same matchups. Let's try to get to that. And, when the game got through it and, at the start of the game, the turnovers kind of piled up for South Carolina, and that allowed Oregon to kind of settle in and really control the game there. But then, when they could work it to their bigs, it was just simply the Auburn game plan. And, I mean, you also look at Oregon big picture coming into this one after winning the Pac-12 tournament, beating a really, really good Arizona team on their way to doing so. So, I mean, this is a really hot team. South Carolina came in with struggles in the SEC, kind of banged up. Going into it with Studies question marks and a couple of the guys that went down in that first game in the SEC tournament. So, it's unfortunate Oregon was as hot as they were.
I think we're figuring out that whatever team South Carolina plays after Auburn usually ends up going bad because you lost that game to LSU after blowing the 16-point lead and then obviously losing the one yesterday. So for future reference, whenever you play Auburn, the next game may not go so well.
Yeah, I noticed that on the schedule yesterday, and I was afraid to tweet it because, again, knock on wood, you never want to jinx, the team in Columbia. So,
Sure.
I thought about that, and, yeah, just really unfortunate.
Yeah. And I'm getting people's reactions on the text line and everything like that.
Yeah.
We're obviously some 14 hours removed from last night's game ending, 16 hours, I guess. I can't do math. So it sucks sitting here right now reacting to that because it's obviously fresh. It's still an open wound. But when we look back on this season as a whole, nobody expected this team to be in the tournament. I don't think anybody expected this team to be in the NIT, to be honest with you. We thought, not we thought necessarily, but the narrative around this team was, all right, they're probably going to get bounced early in the SEC tournament, and that'll be it once again, and they'll go in the offseason and look to be better in year number 3 in Lamont Paris. They exceeded everybody's expectations. They were playing Tennessee for a shot at the SEC regular season championship 2 weeks ago. And yes, it sucks to get bounced in the first round of the tournament, but you are way ahead of schedule.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to have this success in year 2 is building block stuff, right? Like, I mean, this is just the beginning of the Lamont Paris era and the Lamont Paris effect. I think, what he's doing, and also, I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about Kentucky here in a little bit, but I mean, you look at what Kentucky's been trying to do with these one and dones, right? It's showing that what Lamont Paris tried to do this year with just kind of building through the transfer portal, getting experienced guys that fit the exact role that you want, and then all you need is buy-in at that point when you can do that. But I think it should leave Gamecock fans hopeful, right? right? As we mentioned, this team overachieved and really put themselves into a postseason position after a really fantastic regular season. But it's only the start for Lamont Paris.
And South Carolina has already done the most important thing. You've locked in Lamont Paris for the long term. You did that last week at the SEC tournament, and I think Terry and I were talking about this yesterday. I think doing that at the tournament where all the attention of the conference is there kind of sets or sends a message to the rest of the conference like, we got our guy. We believe he is going to lead us to great things in the future. And this season, again, ahead of schedule in a lot of people's opinions, is only the beginning of what is hopefully a long, successful tenure for Coach Paris here at South Carolina.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that point, extending him at the SEC tournament. It was very big for the school and, certainly made wavelengths. It was one of the bigger stories at the SEC tournament, despite, losing to Auburn in that game. So, I agree with South Carolina sticking with their guy. Lamont didn't want to restart anywhere else. He'd already gone through the growing pains here at South Carolina, and, he's already built it to where, he's got, notoriety now, right? Like they're being talked about on a national stage now, and that's exactly what you want for a program that was dormant, like South Carolina's men's team was.
Absolutely. And look, if Lamont Paris had not been extended and he was going in this offseason with the opportunity to look elsewhere, and, the Ohio States and Louisville were coming at him with a big bag of money, and he decided to leave, I would have understood, because he's a very good coach, and his value had certainly increased with what he's done this season. And again, credit to Ray Danner and everybody over at the Athletics Association for seeing that, realizing people were going to come after him. And again, all those connections that he has to the Ohio Valley and all that kind of stuff, it would have made a lot of sense if he was looking into those schools and they went ahead and said, no, we're not going to let that happen. We're going to lock him in. And they've already done that, which is, again, the one less thing you have to worry about this offseason.
Yeah, absolutely. And the extension allows for more money on the back end and stuff like that, and more negotiation to happen within, a couple, 3 years. It's not like it's a super long-term deal. There's plenty more room to be negotiated, and then obviously increase that contract value as, the program, climbs the ranks too. Again, like I said, this is only the start for Lamont at South Carolina, so that should leave a lot of fans excited. And then you also look to, you have a lot of guys coming back next season too, that are going to play a lot of value to your team as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's still a fresh wound, obviously, being over 12 hours removed from this game, but plenty to build off of going into this offseason. You're obviously going to lose B.J. Mack. You're going to lose Jelon Cooper, Stephen Clark, who again was a starter at the beginning of the season. So important pieces on this team that you are losing. But I look at, you should be getting Michie Johnson back for another year. Miles Studi should be coming back for another year. And yes, with the transfer rules being what they are, there is the opportunity those guys could leave, but hopefully they won't. CMB has already said he's coming back. Like, those are good foundational pieces to build what next year's team is going to be like. And yes, you got to go out there and get some guys in the portal, but you do have solid pieces returning next year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. CMB coming back is the biggest thing, right? Because I think, in the game against Oregon, it feels like you're drowning almost when you have two big post presences like that, and, your help is coming off the bench and Josh Gray. I think, if we want to open up portal talk too, I think South Carolina goes out and gets that really dominant big in the portal, or at least that's what they'll try to do, big physical guy that can also, support with Josh Gray coming off the bench. But yeah, CMB just needs some help down there in a big physical dominant big.
And as rough as these last two games have been for CMB between Auburn and Oregon yesterday, I feel like those are good learning opportunities, because again, he has been phenomenal through a lot of games this year, but you've run into a couple teams where you didn't quite match up with their bigs, and some of that had to do with size, because he's just literally not as big as N'Faly Dante, not quite as big as Janai Broome, and you can't help that. But getting those experiences of going up against kind of one of those like iron sharpens iron kind of things, learning what it's like to go up against dominant players like that is only going to help him going forward.
Yeah, almost like the offseason where Jordan took it after losing to the Pistons, right? You're going to come back bigger, better, faster, stronger. And CMB is going to take this again, like the feeling of drowning in the post. He's not going to feel that way next year. He's going to get in the weight room. The assistant coaches, Eddie Shannon, all those guys are going to get these guys ready to go, and they're not going to get outmatched. They're going to take the matchup problems that they had against teams like Auburn and similar squads like Oregon, and that's not going to be an issue next year. They're going to plug all the holes, if you will.
Well, I can tell you one thing: they're not going to be picked dead last in the SEC next year.
No kidding.
Well, for a conference, it's going to get tougher when you're bringing in Texas and Oklahoma, obviously. But I don't think anybody's going to be doubting this team nearly as much as they were this year.
No, not nearly as much, and especially with the transfer portal's open now too, which is crazy. That the fact.
I mean, God, you had players going in at the beginning of this week.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's wide open, and we saw what Lamont did with the additions of Talon Cooper, BJ Mack. I think it's only the start. Guys are going to see what kind of roles that Lamont likes to have on his team, and there's tons of guys that fit those roles, and I mean, after the success that you had this year, guys are going to be hitting you up, and Tyler, I don't think they're going to be picked to finish dead last in the SEC next year.
Now it'll be very interesting to see. And I one of the guys I used to work with back in Athens, he pointed this out. He saw a highlight from the other weekend at the SEC women's tournament where I think it was Malaysia Fulwiley said something about everybody was doubting us this year or something like that, and he's like, I don't think anybody was doubting you. And I said Dawn and Kirby Smart must have gone to the same school of having to internally motivate the best program in the country. I do wonder how Coach Paris can keep the chip on the shoulder of this team. Because, again, this year it was easy. True. You got picked dead last in the SEC. Let's go out there and prove the entire world wrong, and they did that. Next year, those doubts aren't going to be put on you nearly as much. So how do you continue to motivate a team that is going to be expected to do things next year?
You talk to Dawn Staley about it, see how you can do it year after year, because they've been consistently at the top, right? But how you do it from the men's side, right? I think you're still going to be doubted until you're consistently at the top of the SEC and have reached Kentucky level standards. I think there's still areas to find people doubting you in.
What is a Kentucky level standard, by the way?
I mean, essentially at the top of the SEC for most of it. And, I mean, they dominated the past decade. Now, recently, and again, we're going to get into this here, too, because Cal is certainly on the hot seat a little bit. But, I mean, dominating a conference like Kentucky did in the past decade, I think, is kind of a start.
Well, I don't think they're quite as dominant as they once were, and they showed that yesterday. We will dive into what happened also in Pittsburgh last night. Yeah. Jack was hanging out for that one. I talked to him about that a little bit earlier, and he said it was a wild atmosphere seeing Oakland come in and take down Kentucky. We'll dive into that coming up. Real quick, I want to remind you about the Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union Grand Slam giveaway going on all baseball season long. Pot is over $500 as we head in this weekend series taking on Vanderbilt. Again, tonight's game has been postponed to a doubleheader coming up tomorrow, but when a Gamecocks hitter does hit a Grand Slam, you could win all that money. Just go to 1075thegame.com and register for your chance to win the Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union Grand Slam giveaway. We'll take a look around the rest of college basketball from day number 1 of the NCAA tournament. It was a wild one for sure. We'll react to that coming up next. It is the Extra Point. He's intern Joe. I'm Tyler Head on your Friday on the Game.
This is what we wanted, this stage. We wanted Kentucky because they're the best, they're the best. So we wanted that, and we wanted the stage, and our kids came through. We win all close games. You heard the huddle, right? That's all we said in the huddle. We win close games. When you got great kids with great character, that's how you win close games.
Welcome back into the Extra Point. Tyler Head, intern Joe, hanging out here on this Friday. That is the voice of Oakland head coach Greg Camp after their huge victory last night, taking down Kentucky 80-76. I got to ask, did you know where Oakland University was located prior to last night?
I did not, admittedly, but I did pick them against Kentucky. I did have that upset. No perfect bracket, but I did have that one.
I did not. And look, Kentucky's been very up and down this season. Obviously, they ended the regular season on a high note. A lot of people had them in Final Fours and national championships and all that kind of stuff, and rightfully so. They're a program that is just a blue blood of college basketball that you just naturally expect to be in the mix. But another year of getting bounced very early on. So they get bounced this year by a 14 seed, last year by a 15, and then, of course, the year before by St. Peter's as a 15, also in round number 1. Last year was in round number 2. Things not cooking so well for Coach Cal right now.
Yeah, no, not quite. BBN is quite divided right now. Big Blue Nation in Kentucky.
I didn't have a chance to do it last night, but I want to go back today and listen to KSR.
Oh, yeah, KSR's got to be.
I can only imagine what was said last night.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I know certainly I had some fun scrolling through TikTok and seeing all the Kentucky fans live listening to Cal's presser. Like it's saying it's the same thing every year, and just kind of, it's crazy. And when we were out in Nashville, we found this Kentucky couple, and I asked them, I'm like, is it ready to fire Cal? And you could tell they had some fights in the marriage about it before, because one was on one side and one was on the other. Big thing.
I have a friend named Kristen. She is a massive Kentucky basketball fan, and as soon as last night's game ended, and she's usually one of those like really quick about texting back.
Yep.
I texted her. I just said #FireCal. I still haven't heard back from her. So I think she's still dealing with the loss.
I think the fan base is split. I don't think he'll get fired this offseason. I think if he does the same thing again, he'll get fired, but there might be some restructuring in that lifetime deal this offseason.
But their national championship was 12 years ago now.
Yeah.
And up until really before COVID, they were making deep runs in the tournament, but these past handful of years, because they missed it the year after COVID, and then again getting bounced by double-digit seeds these past 3 years, like they're just not. There's no. Again, they get the benefit of the doubt just from being Kentucky, but there's no track record in these recent years to give you any reason to think they're going to make any kind of deep tournament run anytime soon.
No, unless Cal changes his philosophy, right? If he takes all the effort he's been putting into recruiting all these one-and-dones into recruiting the transfer portal, I think Kentucky's going to continue on that downward slope. But if he starts doing that, I think it's a moment where it's like, oh shoot, here we go, and he's trusting more of the veteran guys, because I think that's where college basketball is going.
Sure. Well, that's what made last night's game interesting, because again, this Kentucky team's full of a lot of young guys, as they usually are, because these are guys that are saying, hey, I'm going to go to the NBA, I'm going to be there for 1 year, and that's pretty much it. But you run into a team like Oakland and Jack Golke, who stole America's hearts last night with this performance. Yep. Dude is 47 years old. He's been playing college basketball for a very long time. A lot of veteran guys on this Oakland team, and sometimes when you get in these tournament settings, I don't care how good of a recruit you were, sometimes experience wins out.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, to tie this back into South Carolina, right? That's what I've been saying about Lamont Paris all year, is like he had to do that at Chattanooga before the transfer portal was a big thing. He had to play with experience at a school like Chattanooga, and he learned at Wisconsin too. Wisconsin's famous for building guys up and having guys run through the program, and not as many necessarily one and dones. So I think that's why fans should be excited about Lamont Paris, because he's already figured out kind of the next era of college basketball, right? You got to rely on veteran guys in the portal to fill roles that you have in your offense and in your system. And until Cal starts doing that, I think Kentucky's going to be in the gutter.
I think yesterday as a whole, especially when we're talking about this Oakland-Kentucky game, was a perfect microcosm for why March Madness is so beautiful. Because, again, you have a roster full of guys. They're going to be playing in the NBA, all-stars, all this kind of stuff. And you just have this ragtag group of a university up in Rochester, Michigan, that nobody had given a care about. A team that hadn't won a game in the NCAA tournament ever prior to last night. and they go out there and beat what is thought to be one of the best programs in the country.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And, again, proving that college basketball is changing. And, I mean, you saw that in the NCAA tournament these last couple of years. Experience was winning, but now even more so with the way that the portal is. I was thinking about it this morning, right? So, I mean, you look at what the portal's done to college football. It's made it like the NFL. But essentially, it's fixed college basketball. You have these veteran guys. And, I mean, the whole, problem with college basketball these last couple of years is like, oh, these guys aren't staying. We don't know their names, anything like that. Like, I think it's essentially fixing that problem for college basketball.
Well, I think it definitely helps you turn a team around quickly. I go back to last year in Lamont Pearson, year number 1. I think he evaluated his team, and yeah, you had Gigi Jackson, you had Michi Johnson, obviously, but I think he looked around at the rest of the roster and is like, I can't win with this in the SEC. I need to go out and literally rebuild the starting 5 with the exception of Michi Johnson in the transfer portal this offseason. Again, Connor Boyles ends up starting once he got back healthy, replacing Stephen Clark. But, you have the ability to do that now, saying, hey, I don't like what I have. I'm going to go out there and just bring in a bunch of guys from the portal and have a brand new team next year.
Yeah, and it's perfect for a developing program, right? Like, Jacoby Wright wasn't necessarily ready to be a starter yet this season. But, I mean, next year, probably, he's going to be in contention for that starting shooting guard role. So when you have guys that, aren't necessarily ready to be starters, you go out in the portal and go get them, right? And I think, Lamont's selling to be able to, I think the biggest takeaway from this season, right, is how quickly he had these guys buying in.
Sure.
And Lamont isn't one of those yell at him coaches. I heard there was a quote from the media, within the media yesterday or this week that, Lamont's like, hey, it's the same information whether you yell at him or not, right? And so they're gonna take it one way or another. So I think that's super beneficial, and that's how he's got these guys bought in.
Yeah, absolutely. And this team's kind of taken on the demeanor of Coach Paris, kind of having that calm attitude, calm demeanor, not getting too high, not getting too low, which has helped them, a lot this season, certainly. Some other reactions from around college basketball last night. Did you stay up to watch the end of Kansas and Samford by chance?
I did not, but I know exactly what happened.
Clean block.
Yes, that was all ball. It was all ball. Yeah,
all
absolutely.
Ball.
And just because he hit the floor a little bit too hard, they called the foul.
You know what? Maybe the officials thought that was Justin Timberlake's brother, and maybe they get some concert tickets if they helped him out. But I agree with you. He sold it the correct way. Yes. I mean, you go to the floor, they're usually going to call a foul, and I hate that we can review just about everything else in late game situations, like how much time's on the clock, who touched it before it went out of bounds, but a very obvious clean block. No, sorry, we can't do that.
And the Oscar goes too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it was all ball, and again, very unfortunate way for that game to end for Samford.
Which, by the way, scrappy team.
Yeah,
they were down
absolutely.
22 points. And most people, including myself, were like, all right, Kansas running away with this. I'm going to go find another game. I think Tennessee was playing St. Peter's at that point in time. So let me go find another game, which is the beauty of college basketball. You have so much variety.
This time of year.
One game gets away. It's like, all right, let me go find the closest game or where the next upset's coming from, whatever it may be. And then you're looking like, oh, crap, Samford's storming back. Let me go check that out.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they came up a little bit short. But and I think their head coach said it after the game, like, if they don't call that, we got numbers on the other end of the court because he's on the ground. And we're going to go down there and score and at very least probably take the lead and win the game.
Yeah, and with 14 seconds, what was it?
Something like that.
Yeah, 14 seconds left. That's a really tough call. And I get, in the NCAA tournament, they're calling it closer. These officials are playing to move on to the next round and stuff like that. But, because, you tighten it up in the NCAAs. But that's, just after all ball, and I'm sure, because the official was standing right there, you had to have heard something, man.
Sure. How's your bracket looking, by the way?
Oh, it's pretty much busted. Other than the Kentucky-Oakland pick was my main one. Duquesne kind of messed things up.
I actually had Duquesne going through. By the way, all 11 seeds won yesterday.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Hopefully that holds serve with New Mexico and Clemson today.
Yeah, definitely with that second game. But no, today my bracket's going to get even more busted. There was supposed to be baseball on today, but
yeah, I'm ranked 14,599,857th in the ESPN Tournament Challenge.
I think you still got a chance.
There's always a chance. My champion North Carolina is still alive, so
yeah,
that'll hopefully get me some points going forward. But the days of having a perfect bracket, actually, I had Mississippi State beating Michigan State, so the first game did me in for at least having a perfect bracket.
Yeah, same here. I liked what I saw from Mississippi State in the SEC tournament and what they did against Tennessee.
They literally had to earn their way in last week. I was very impressed by that. Same thing with Texas A&M. But yeah, obviously didn't resonate in the beginning of the tournament.
Tom Izzo, man, he's undeniable in March. I tell you what,
you know what? There's something about being a good tournament coach. I saw that yesterday with Dana Altman, and now being 8-0 in the first round of the NCAA tournament. It goes a long way.
And the opposite end of John Calipari.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, in the modern day, I guess you can make that statement, previously. Maybe.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, you can't stay top dog forever, and certainly seems like...
they got some things to figure out there in Lexington.
See, here's the funny thing, though. Like, we always make the joke about Kentucky football, like when they inevitably end up going 7-5 or missing a bowl game or something like that, and like, oh, at least basketball season's starting. Like, what do you say when they get bounced in the first round of the tournament? Well, only 170-some-odd days until football. Like, no, basketball's their thing. This is what they live and die for every single year. Football's just a placeholder.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it's going to be a long, dormant offseason for Kentucky fans. And I haven't done much research on Kentucky baseball, but that hasn't really been their thing as of late recently either. And, it's crazy to think that Kentucky is, the next closest rival to or below Clemson, I guess, for South Carolina. I was talking to some Kentucky fans about that this week, or last weekend.
I mean, South Carolina didn't really have a built-in rival in the conference, so I guess that's the closest thing you got.
Well, and especially with basketball dipping now, too, and Lamont going up, I think it's, more than a puncher's chance at this point.
Right. We'll dive into some baseball coming up next. I got Andrew Allegretta, the voice of the Vanderbilt baseball play-by-play guy, going to be calling in coming up next. We'll get his thoughts on what is now a doubleheader coming up tomorrow as the Gamecocks take on the Vandy boys this weekend. That's coming up. It's the Extra Point here on the game. Welcome back in. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head intern Joe hanging out with you on this Friday. Obviously, plenty of basketball to talk about today, but getting set for a big baseball series this weekend. Unfortunately, as we learned a little bit earlier on, there is going to be a little bit of a postponement. No game tonight. We do have a doubleheader coming up tomorrow. We head out to the phone lines now. Welcome in Andrew Allegretta, the play-by-play voice of Vanderbilt baseball. Andrew, first of all, thank you for your time this morning. Do you have contingency plans on how you're going to spend your time tonight with no game?
Plans tonight, that's a good one. Step one is coffee, which we're doing at the moment right here in downtown Columbia. So that's good. That's a good start. Always start with coffee. We'll figure it out from there.
I want to start off with this. This is a Vanderbilt program that obviously has high standards when it comes to baseball with everything they've accomplished over the years. But when you look back on the past couple seasons getting bounced in the region around, especially after winning the SEC tournament a season ago, would you say this team came into this year with a bit of a chip on their shoulder?
You know, that's an interesting question. I think perhaps like underneath the surface, that is a possibility. I do think that, one, Coach Corbin keeps everything so regimented that it's hard to feel those things. Your focus is so, what is the next thing that I have to do? It's the practice that I've got. It's the training that I've got. It's the game that's coming up, which I get is egregious coach speak, but, you know, if you operate within this orbit, sometimes there's not time for those, you know, we've been aggrieved and all of that sort of stuff. It's just you go out there and you execute what's in front of you. I think some people that were part of the team from a season ago, I suspect are motivated by the fact that they want to take care of some of the postseason missteps that they've had. But I don't know that it's the fuel to the fire.
Hey, man, Joe Machika checking in studio with Gamecock Central. Just had a question to follow up on that. Obviously, Tyler talked about the standard. Do you think this team, you know, kind of fits that? I mean, sitting at 19-3 right now, sitting pretty good. The OPS is up. The average is up. Where do you think this team stacks in terms of, you know, Vanderbilt baseball in the past?
Yeah, another good question that I don't think we know the answer to just yet. I think so much of this program, kind of like you guys, too, back when Coach Tanner had won back-to-back national championships, are defined by the moments that you can execute in May and in June. So we're very much early in Southeastern Conference play. I don't know. The interesting thing about this team is they have performed at a very high level so far. We've ripped off a significant winning streak at the moment. But we're still figuring out our lineup. We have gone through significant injuries in the first month of the season. Like our left fielder went down with a pulled hamstring. He's just starting to come back. Our freshman that won SEC Freshman of the Week has missed a little bit of time. Our presumed starting first baseman is out for the season with a shoulder injury. We've got a pitcher that we expected to be a factor at some point, whether it was a rotation guy or a bullpen guy that we're still trying to find some answers on. Guys that we thought were going to be pieces at the start of the season have struggled. Freshmen that we expected to kind of lay back and bring them along have been significant out of the bullpen. It's been a gigantic jigsaw puzzle that we're still putting together. So I don't have any clear idea of like where this team stacks up. I think the moxie, the energy, the persistence, the ruggedness of this team is very, very notable. We are not LSU and Texas A&M or even you guys who wants to slug your way to an 8-5 victory or whatever it happens to be. If we can get that, great. We're more likely to string together a couple of doubles and stolen bases and hopefully put together 8, 9, 10 runs that way. The identity of this team is so in flux, even though we're sitting here ranked number 3 in the nation, and I think, 19-3 is the record, like you said. It is the most successful question mark that I've ever been around.
Again, talking to Andrew Allegretta, the play-by-play boys for Vanderbilt baseball, previewing this weekend's series against the Gamecocks. You mentioned some of those struggles in the jigsaw puzzle that this team has been. Overall, with the team ERA, much like South Carolina, they are among the best in all of college baseball so far this season. But I look at some of these games where they've given up a lot of runs or just lost in general, a lot of those runs coming in the later innings. What is the level of concern with the bullpen for this team so far this season?
I think probably depends on who you ask. I think if you ask Coach Corbin, I think if you ask Coach Brown, there's not a huge amount of concern. I think they would like a little bit more stability from some of the veterans. And some of the veterans are the ones that have had 2 or 3 hiccups that have ballooned the ERA. But when I say some freshmen have stepped up and filled roles that maybe you didn't necessarily expect at the start of the season, or you would have wanted them to ease into the season a little bit slower than they have, I mean, that's taken the place of that. I mean, Brendan Cyber is a freshman out of California. I think he's got 3 saves. We've got 2 guys, I think, with 3 saves, Brendan Cyber and Ryan Ginther. Ginther's a junior, but he's not a quintessential closer. Not to say that he can't be. He doesn't come out of the bullpen throwing 98. And then Cyber is a freshman, which isn't necessarily a quintessential closer either. To me, the theme of the whole season has been whatever the question mark is, for some reason, the next guy up has been successful. And Coach Corbin's actually at the coffee shop that I'm at the moment.
It's funny.
So I think if I brought him out here, he would say the same. I've heard him say over and over again, one of the most honest things he says is, yes, you have to have a next man up mentality, but sometimes reality is the next man up is doing the best that he can and can't perform at the level that you need. For whatever reason, the next man up has found a way to succeed. Will that continue in perpetuity for this group? I don't know, but so far, so good.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew, I did want to ask you about the offense. The guys that are finding success for the Commodores on offense are the ones drawing walks. Has that been a very big focal point for the offense and the Doors going forward?
I think for a couple of guys, it's really, really notable. And I think probably the one that you're talking about is Alan Espinal.
Mm-hmm.
There's kind of 2 stories to the season for me. One has been the next man up truly succeeding for Vanderbilt, and the other one has been Alan Espinal's growth. He is, proverbial toolsy guy, huge arm as a catcher, like a major league grade arm now. He has major league grade pop. He's just a person that's taken a little bit more time to mature into understanding how to hit and how to catch a game. And he has taken off like a rocket this season. And back in fall and spring, he started as the number 4 hitter. So it's not a surprise that he's been successful. It's just a season ago he played in 34 games, in part because if you threw him 3 straight sliders out of the zone, there's a reasonable chance that he would strike out swinging on all 3 pitches. That's not the case anymore. He has evolved as a hitter to the point where he is just such a force in the middle of our lineup at the moment. He's not going to slug 25 home runs this season, but he could have 15 doubles and 10 to 15 home runs and bat, 3 to 350. And he's someone that has been able to take walks, get on base, create some havoc with the speed that we have. He's a catcher that probably could also steal 10 to 15 bases this season. There's been a couple of people that have just elevated their games in really important ways, and he's one of them.
Andrew, last one for you here. Up against the break, got about 60 seconds. When you look at the South Carolina team, what stands out to you that could prevent an issue for Vanderbilt this weekend?
I mean, we know that Parker Nolan's pretty good. That guy's been helpful to us in the past couple of years, including hitting 2 grand slams against Mississippi State a season ago for us. Your lineup has always been, and I get that from one season to the next, and it's still early and whatever, but whether it's Ethan Petrie or Parker Nolan or, if Gavin Costas finds his way back into the lineup, someone that's also a Vanderbilt transfer, your lineup has pop. And a couple of seasons ago, we came here, and you guys, with an understandably different roster, but still just popped Carter Holton, who is one of our better pitchers. So you guys have had some thumps. And Monty Lee's done a really good job with you guys. And we respect Mark Kingston the heck out of him with the way that he's been able to coach the team. The fact that we were able to take 2 out of 3 took a little bit of a Herculean effort a season ago. Your lineup will make us nervous. You make probably anybody nervous across the country.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully it's going to be a fun weekend of baseball. Hopefully get all these games in. And for reference, so you don't get any angry tweets this weekend, it's Ethan Petrie, not Petrie.
Okay. All right. Okay. Maybe I can be the antagonistic Vanderbilt guy.
You know what? That's a good point too. You can play the heel. That's cool.
That's right.
All right.
I appreciate it, guys.
Absolutely. Appreciate your time, Andrew. Stay dry. Hopefully we'll get all 3 games in this weekend.
Thanks so much, guys.
Again, that's Andrew Allegretta, the play-by-play boys for Vanderbilt baseball. And again, tonight's game being postponed, have a doubleheader coming up tomorrow, and then hopefully get the game in on Sunday as well for all three games against Vanderbilt, and kind of see where the South Carolina team is at against always good program there in the Commodores. Quick reminder, the craft beer card is back. You can spend $30 at a brewery at 12 craft beer locations, $360 value, all yours for just $79. Go online to 1075thegame.com and click on the Sweet Deals tab for the craft beer card. We'll come back, wrap up today's edition of the Extra Point, get you set for some women's basketball as they start their tournament play, taking on Presbyterian later today. That's coming up here on The Game. Welcome back in. It is the Extra Point Tyler Head intern Joe hanging out here, wrapping up hour number 2. Obviously, women's basketball getting their tournament rolling officially today. South Carolina in action, taking on Presbyterian. Tip-off at 2 o'clock. Pregame coverage starting at 1:30. All right here on the game. Listen, I don't mean any disrespect, and if you're a Presbyterian fan, alumni, or whatever, again, I'm not trying to disrespect. Don Staley, cover your ears, because this is about to be rat poison. Presbyterian doesn't have a chance today.
No, they don't.
South Carolina beat this team by 70 points back in December. And you can spin it, they're a lot better, and look at how they played against Sacred Heart the other night. You could have put Sacred Heart and Presbyterian together on the court today, 10 girls, and they wouldn't be able to contain South Carolina.
Yeah, Don Staley, I'm also sorry because I have nothing bad to say about your team today. It's like, I mean, Camila Cardoso being out for this one.
Which if it hadn't already happened
exactly.
this year,
They've already proved it, right? Like
there might be something to that.
Exactly. She went to Brazil. She was doing the Brazilian team, the national team thing, which, again, shout out to Dawn, because I think that's a really, really cool opportunity to let your players do that. And,
for sure.
You know, it develops trust in your players, too. And just, I mean, it's cool to go play for your home country and stuff like that. But the fact that they beat Connecticut, I believe, was in that run where,
it was.
If my schedules aren't blending together. But yeah, so they did it without Camila Cardoso. So again, I don't think PC stands a chance with or without Cardoso.
And when you look at women's basketball in general, and look, you know, more focus obviously gets put on the men's tournament and the chaos and all that kind of stuff where 16s are suddenly beating 1s. Those things don't happen in the women's tournament. There is a high level gap between the top of women's basketball and not the bottom, but the bottom of the tournament. Obviously, with these teams that are coming in as these lower seeds, South Carolina is just miles more talented than a team like Presbyterian. Again, no disrespect, and I think it's a great story that Presbyterian, again, a local team, was able to make it in the tournament and gets to play in their backyard in Columbia. That's really cool, and that's really special, and a memory that those women are going to have for a long time, but they're running into a buzzsaw today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, shout out to the selection committee, because I mean, they did make it interesting, right? Some of these 2 seeds are really, really interesting. I mean, Notre Dame having won the ACC. I mean, I know it's a team South Carolina saw in Paris earlier this season, but again, really strong team. Iowa, I can't remember who they have in their side of the bracket, but LSU also has
they have LSU in their side of the bracket. I think LSU's a 3, so they theoretically, I think, would match up in the Sweet 16, if I'm remembering correctly. So yeah,
there are tough. It's not. I mean, yeah. Again, there's not as much upset potential in the first round. But the way that the selection committee for the women's side did it this year, there's a lot of intrigue, a lot of good matchups that could take place on the way.
They're hoping for a South Carolina-Iowa national championship. If we're being honest here, they're not going to admit that. But you want to talk about something that would pull ratings? Give me Caitlin Clark versus South Carolina round 2.
Yeah,
especially with the South Carolina team that is built to actually play against a team like Iowa this time around compared to a year ago.
Yep, and that team having, you know, Iowa circled on their calendars. I mean, based on who they returned, right? The Chloe Kitzes, Ashlyn Watkins, Camila Cardoso's of this squad, right? And then you bring in new blood with Tahina Paupau, who's even more, you know, hungry to go get a natty. I mean, it's a perfect storm for Dawn Staley and her squad. And again, I think an Iowa South Carolina national championship would be electric stuff.
And look, there's certainly some tough teams on South Carolina's side of the bracket you do have to deal with. North Carolina, a team that did play you tough on the road in Chapel Hill earlier on the season. Ole Miss, always a good team that, again, South Carolina was able to handle. You mentioned Notre Dame as the number 2 seed. So you do have some tough competition that you're going to be able to run into as you go along in your bracket. But again, South Carolina has proven it time and time again, and especially this past, or 2 weeks ago now, at the SEC Women's Tournament, where they faced the most adversity they had all season. The turnovers against Texas A&M, being down in the final seconds against Tennessee, going back and forth with a physical LSU team, and they overcame it every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. There were so many obstacles for this team to overcome this season, and, you know, sure, they haven't, I guess, lost a game yet, knock on wood here, but I think, you know, sure, they haven't lost a game yet, but they have had obstacles that are kind of equivalent for a team that's, I mean, this good, right, that's winning all of these games by the margins that they have, for the games that they should have won, and just kind of the close games that, you know, probably shouldn't have gone their way, but have gone their way. I think it's a really testament of how tough and gritty this team is, and everything that Dawn Staley has done from a culture standpoint to have them, you know, withstand the ups and downs of this season, for sure.
Absolutely. And again, that gets started at 2 o'clock today. In fact, Michigan State and North Carolina starting at 11:30, so about 30 minutes from now, also here in Columbia. And the winner of that will likely be taking on South Carolina coming up on Sunday. And again, things get rolling with South Carolina Presbyterian at 1:30 pregame coverage for 2 o'clock tip, all right here on the game. Intern Joe, appreciate you as always coming in here. We'll continue to do this as the weeks go by, unless you have any more trips planned.
Yeah, absolutely. None to, I mean, hopefully Nashville, maybe a little bit this summer, but I'll be here this summer chilling, looking forward to get more good times with you in the studio, back better than ever.
Absolutely. Appreciate it as always. Coming up next, Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Continue to react to yesterday's game coming up here on the game.